Welcome to the public meeting of the Exposition Commission today, Tuesday, November 14th. We'll begin by taking attendance, and I'll ask our Deputy Counsel John Weiss to call the roll.
Chair Carroll
Here.
Commissioner Bland here, Commissioner Chapin here, Commissioner Chen here, Commissioner Chu here, Commissioner Ginsburg here, Commissioner Groveland here, Commissioner Jefferson here, Commissioner Leffy
Here.
Commissioner Master
Here.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
All right. Welcome again to the public hearing meeting today, November 14th. This meeting is being held in our public hearing room at 1 Center Street on the 9th floor. Is also the meeting is also being held via Zoom and will also be live streamed on our YouTube channel. And we will allow both in-person participants and remote participants. We have a full agenda today. We'll be beginning with a public hearing on two items that the research department is proposing for designation. And then we will move to our public meeting and public hearing for applications for work on designated properties. And with that, I will turn it over to Kate Ramos-McHale, our Director of Research, to take us through the research agenda.
Thank you, Sarah. This morning, item number 1, LP 2674, Joseph Rodman Drake Park and Enslaved African Burial Ground, Oak Point Avenue, Drake Park South, Longfellow Avenue, and Hunts Point Avenue in the Bronx, Block 2772, Lot 170. Item proposed for a public hearing is the proposed designation of a New York City park opened in 1910, containing 2 surviving colonial-era cemeteries for Hunts Point's early European descended settler families and for the African and indigenous people they enslaved. Presenting is Michael Karatzis.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Michael Karatzis of the Research Department, presenting Joseph Rodman Drake Park, an enslaved African burial ground in the Bronx, which memorializes enslaved people who were central to the early history of Hunts Point in New York City. Located in the Hunts Point neighborhood of the Bronx, Drake Park is bounded by Oak Point, Longfellow, and Hunts Point Avenues in Drake Park South. It opened as a public park dedicated to the poet Joseph Rodman Drake in 1910. It is located in an area of the Bronx with few other designated landmarks. The closest are the Sunny Slope House, designated in 1981, the American Banknote Printing Plant, designated in 2008, and the Middagh Street Historic District, designated in 2020. The proposed landmark site is a tax lot containing the park, recognizing its history dating back to at least the early 1700s and protecting its above-ground resources, including 18th and 19th century gravestones, as well as burials and below-ground archaeological resources. Drake Park is rare in New York City in that it contains 2 surviving colonial-era cemeteries containing burials of both early European descended settler families and the people they enslaved. The Hunt Willett Leggett Cemetery near the park's center contains burials associated with these 3 families who established farms on Hunts Point starting in the late 1600s. Just to its south, also within the bounds of the park, is the burial ground for those enslaved by these families. These cemeteries were separated by a former indigenous trail and later colonial cartway called Hunts Point Road that was demapped and buried during the development of Drake Park. Today, a park pathway separates the 2 cemeteries, as Hunts Point Road did when they were active burial grounds. In 2021, the park was renamed Joseph Rodman Drake Park and Enslaved African Burial Ground to recognize the presence of the enslaved people's cemetery, which lost its grave markers following the creation of Drake Park and has only recently been rediscovered. Prior to European contact, Hunts Point was the home of the Munsee-speaking Sawanoi people, who were removed from the area following its 1663, quote-unquote, sale to English settlers. Hunts Point's geography was drastically different then, consisting of 2 small peninsulas, Long Neck and Planting Neck, surrounding a small bay that has since been filled in. By the late 1600s, Thomas Hunt Jr., for whom Hunts Point is named, and Gabriel Leggett acquired Hunts Point through marriage. During the 1700s, these two families were joined in the area by members of the Willett family. By the 1720s, a family cemetery was established on Hunt property on the north side of Hunts Point Road, which linked the two necks where all three families had homesteads. It is likely that the enslaved people's burial ground on the south side of the road was also established around that time. Slavery began in New York in 1625, when the Dutch West India Company brought 11 enslaved people of African descent to the city. Enslaved people performed practically all kinds of work, including clearing land and building the settlement's earliest houses, as well as its citadel, Fort Amsterdam. Without their agricultural labor, the settlement would have faced starvation. According to historian Christopher Moore, enslaved people, quote, provided the labor that transformed the colony from a shaky commercial outpost to a permanent settlement. They stood at the core of New Netherlands' labor force, unquote. After the British took control of New Amsterdam in 1664 and renamed it New York, they enacted a series of highly restrictive and punitive, quote unquote, slave codes, limiting the independent movement and gathering of enslaved people, making it harder for them to be freed and taking away the right of subsequently freed Black people to own property. The Duke of York, after whom the colony was named, oversaw the Royal African Company, which controlled English trade, including that of enslaved people in West Africa. With his encouragement, New York became a major trading center of enslaved people in the colonies. During the 1700s, New York's enslaved population was the largest in the North. By 1750, half of the city's households had enslaved people, who made up 20% of the population. Westchester County, which Hunts Point was part of, was also a slavery stronghold. Although Westchester contained large agricultural plantations exporting their goods overseas, most enslaved people in Hunts Point labored on smaller farms. Shown here are the wills of the Revolutionary War hero, Thomas Hunt, and Cornelius Willett, both buried within the cemetery in Drake Park. In 1790, Hunt enslaved 10 people whose names were not recorded, and Willett listed 12 enslaved people by their first names in his 1781 will. These documents show starkly how enslaved people were treated as property, but often are the only records we have of who they were. Both Thomas Hunt and Cornelius Willett were likely among the largest enslavers in Westchester County in the 1700s. Surrounded by an iron fence, their cemetery is a dominant visual feature of Drake Park, which contains about 25 brownstone and marble headstones. In addition to their grave markers and those of other enslavers, monuments in the cemetery include its earliest known headstone dating from 1729, as well as a rare cherub's head gravestone. Earliest known headstone was 1729, as well as a rare cherub's head gravestone from 1749 shown at left. The cemetery's most prominent grave is that of poet Joseph Rodman Drake, whose burial here would be instrumental in creating the park and after whom it would be named. Born in New York in 1795, Drake was a Hunt relative who lived for a time in their Hunts Point home. When he died in 1820, the Hunts honored his wish to be buried by his beloved Bronx River, to which he had written a well-known ode. Drake's poetry was widely admired into the 20th century. About 25 feet south of the Hunt Willett Leggett Cemetery was the burial ground for enslaved people who labored for these families. Today, this park pathway runs in the approximate location of the old Hunts Point Road, which historically separated the two cemeteries. Unlike the Hunt Willett Leggett Cemetery, with its very visible fence and historic markers, no markers remain to memorialize the people buried here. This discrepancy in the treatment of the two burial grounds exemplifies the erasure of enslaved people from the city's history and the elevation of their enslavers. The siting of the enslaved people's burial ground close to but separate from that of their enslavers was typical, and the survival of this historical arrangement within a New York City public park is remarkable. As archaeologist William Calver explained in 1920, quote, "It was custom more forcible than law, that the servant could not be consigned to consecrated ground. For further proof of this, one need only to stroll out to the Hunts Point Road, and there where rest other ancient lords and masters of the soil in the Hunt and Leggett burial ground may be seen the usual adjunct, a slave plot across the roadway. The land surrounding both cemeteries remained in the Hunt family until 1858, when Eliza Hunt sold it, except for the Hunt Gillett Leggett Cemetery. She would be buried in the cemetery 6 years later. As shown in this 1858 survey map from the time of the sale, the cemetery on the north side of Hunts Point Road was marked reserved, meaning that it would remain with the Hunt family. The enslaved people's burial ground on the south side of Hunts Point Road was unmarked and included with the rest of the sale. By 1904, the neighborhood's accelerating development and plans for the new street grid, which included a street through the Hunt Willett Leggett Cemetery, raised public concerns over destroying the final resting places of Drake and, quote, distinguished men significant in the area's early history. Although a public park was being proposed adjacent to the cemetery, it would not have included and thus protected it. It would, however, have included the enslaved people's cemetery. One major advocate objected to designating, quote, as a public park, the land on the southerly side of the old Hunts Point Road, where rest the remains of the slaves of the colonists, while ignoring the graves of the noble patriots, unquote, buried nearby. A campaign to save the Hunt Willett Leggett Cemetery by enlarging the proposed park to include it was successful, and the proposed street was demapped, and Drake Park opened with its present boundaries in 1910. Numerous accounts confirm that the enslaved people's burial ground remained known and visible after the park's opening. In 1913, the Reverend Theodore A. Leggett described, quote, the burying place of the slaves of the Leggett family and other families containing a good many irregular shaped headstones, end quote. These markers appear in the photograph in the collections of the Museum of the City of New York, dated to around 1910 and labeled, quote, slave burying ground, Hunts Point Road. After about 1920, published accounts of the enslaved people's cemetery stopped appearing, and its main above ground artifacts, its headstones, were apparently discarded, relocated, or buried. It was essentially forgotten until about 10 years ago when a Department of Education official, Philip Panarides, came across the circa 1910 photograph shown here on the Museum of the City of New York's website. This led Panarides to research the site and advocate for its recognition. A subsequent state grant funded an archaeological study of the site. The study, which engaged students at nearby PS 48 in its research, was completed in March of 2017 by Dr. Jessica Strabel McLean, an urban archaeologist now on the staff of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. The study included a subsurface ground-penetrating radar survey focusing on a section of the park documented as the enslaved people's burial ground. The radar identified 4 likely burials south of the pathway, likely those of enslaved people who labored on Hunts Point estates into the 19th century. During the construction of Drake Park, the site was extensively infilled, and the likely burials lie beneath both the original surface and this layer of fill. Today, there is no visual evidence of the enslaved people's burial ground. The people buried here are anonymous. No records documenting their names or burials have been found. They may include the few enslaved people whose names have come down through official records, including a man, Mingo, and a girl, Sarah, mentioned in the 1694 will of Thomas Hunt, Hannah, whom Thomas Hunt Jr. sold to his daughter Abigail in 1700, and Abram, Titus, Toby, Willie, and Jin were listed with Thomas Hunt's household in the 1755 census of enslaved people in New York. As with other enslaved people on rural New York estates, their duties were ceaseless and backbreaking. They likely included domestic work such as cooking, laundering, cleaning, and sewing, as well as clearing land, building and repairing structures, cultivating crops, harvesting produce and salt hay, dairying and tending and butchering livestock. Many men worked as blacksmiths, boatmen, or horse and oxen trainers. Enslaved women often cared for the children of their enslavers, even as their own children were often sold to other enslavers after early childhood. Those enslaved in Hunts Point by members of the Hunt, Willett, and Leggett families included people of indigenous as well as African descent. They included Robin, a quote, Indian slave mentioned by Elizabeth Leggett in the 1700 bill of sale, as well as James, described in this advertisement as, quote, half Indian, half Negro, unquote, when he sought freedom from Gabriel Leggett in 1744. During Drake Park's construction, it is possible that other burials in the enslaved people's burial ground were exhumed and reinterred, along with their markers in the southern portion of the Hunt Willett Leggett Cemetery, where about 15 unworked, mostly buried fieldstones are clustered toward the cemetery's southern end. It is also possible that these are very early Leggett family markers. Further research is needed before a definitive conclusion can be made. Drake Park's design and appearance have changed since its early years. A two-story wood cottage built before 1868 remained in the park until at least the 1930s. Its former location is an additional site of archaeological sensitivity. By 1934, the Hunt Willett Leggett Cemetery was surrounded by a neatly trimmed hedge. The current system of curving pathways took shape by the early 1950s. The iron fence surrounding the Hunt Willett Leggett Cemetery was installed in the early 1960s. Today, the park is both a site of major historical importance and a vital green space in an industrial section of Hunts Point, where it is ringed by warehouses adjacent to the Hunts Point food markets. As the park has evolved over time, so has its meaning. In 2021, the Parks Department installed signs announcing its new name, Joseph Rodman Drake Park, an enslaved African burial ground. At the time, the Parks Department's Bronx Commissioner, Iris Rodriguez Rosa, expressed, quote, hope that these new signs, which honor the enslaved buried in the park, will spur reflection, remembrance, and pursuit for greater knowledge and understanding for all who visit the park in the future, unquote. Originally created in remembrance of Joseph Rodman Drake and the area's colonial era landowners, Drake Park now recognizes enslaved people whose history in the area and final resting place within the park long went unrecognized. Given the enslavement of both African and indigenous people in the Bronx, the documented enslavement of indigenous people by members of the Leggett family, and the likely burial of both African and indigenous enslaved people here, we are proposing that the designation process going forward use the more inclusive name of Joseph Rodman Drake Park and Enslaved People's Burial Ground. Were Drake Park to be designated, it would join several designated landmarks and districts with historic cemeteries regulated by the Landmarks Commission. These include sites as diverse as the African Burial Ground in Lower Manhattan, part of the African Burial Ground in the Commons Historic District and now a national monument, Trinity Church Cemetery, and First Sheriff Israel Graveyard, also in Lower Manhattan, and the Rossville AME Zion Church Cemetery and the historic African-American Oystering community of Sandy Ground on Staten Island. In addition to regulating visible above-ground features, such as gravestone markers and monuments, LPC's archaeology department reviews proposed work at these sites to make sure that burials are not impacted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Commissioners, do we have any questions for Kate or Mike at this point? Okay, why don't we move to public testimony? We do have one person who signed up to speak in person here, Philip Anastasides.
Yes.
Please come up and just come to the podium.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me. I really enjoyed Justin's slideshow. He and I are the co-founders of the Hunts Point Save Burial Ground project, and I also put a 2.5 page testimony, but I'm sure you have there. I just want to quickly tell you two stories about people we take this around to schools and all sorts of places, and then take the kids on a tour of the actual Drake Park. And I remember one of the things that we went through was a training document similar to the Legos that you saw here, where it was a wheel. And they 15 enslaved people. And there was a seventh grade, kids were about 12 years old. There was this little girl in front. Mister, yeah, what's wrong? She says, this can't be true. I said, what do you mean? She said that the furniture in the house before they were the people. That's wrong. I didn't do that. And I looked at her and I said, what? I wasn't sure what to say. And I said, I almost cried. I said, I'm really sorry. The teacher was really sorry, the teacher, but yes, that's what happened. There was a lady that we and there was a story about her that she stayed with the Legates till the 1840s because they took such good care of her, even though she was a rascal, and she had been the of the Legate woman that was writing this in the 1880s, so in the law. And I thought to myself, she stayed there and ended up in the cemetery, which was across the road where she served for how many years. And of course, the whole Arlington thing was another relic of slavery. But when said, and I thought it was kind of our duty as educators, maybe she stayed there because she had no money, no clothes, but cut the clothes on her back, and no money to except with other people in Hunts Point Slave Cemetery. Finally, radar coming after 3 or 4 years of research with all sorts of things for the Parks Department to actually say there was something there. And they said they needed to see bodies. So we were lucky enough to work with the U.S. Department of Agriculture down in New Jersey.
Sir, I'm sorry, 3 minutes have passed. If you could please summarize your statement.
Yeah, and I remember the 2 weeks waiting for the report because we had to pick a part in the park where we thought it was based on the research. 2 weeks later, the report comes back and we open it up and the features. All of that was confirmed by the terrific Jessica McLean, who actually worked with kids in the school, worked with Justin's kids. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to speak on this? Yes, please come up, Sybil, and state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm Sybil Young, speaking on behalf of New York City Parks. New York City Parks is pleased to support the designation of Joseph Rodman Drake Park, an enslaved people's burial ground, as an individual landmark. The park was named in honor of Joseph Rodman Drake in 1915. However, based on new research and community advocacy, including by Public School 48 and the Hunts Point Burial Ground Project, the park was renamed in 2021 to better reflect those who were buried at the site. The burial ground, enclosed by fencing, consists of approximately 40 markers bearing the names of families associated with the settlement of the Bronx. But dozens of enslaved Africans and indigenous persons were interred south of the consecrated ground, and recent research suggests that at least some of these burials may remain. It was the unpaid labor of these New Yorkers that contributed to the Bronx's development. Located in an industrial area of the Bronx, the park, with its mature trees and grassy areas, has long served as an oasis for visitors. It is a rare reminder of Hunts Point's past as a predominantly rural agricultural area of the city. Early preservation efforts prevented the destruction of the cemetery in 1905, and 4 years later, New York City Parks acquired the property. New York City Parks strongly supports this designation, which will bring more awareness to and understanding of this park's history and the history of enslaved people in the Bronx. We remain committed to preserving and protecting this historically significant site, and we encourage the commission to vote in favor of this designation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to speak? Okay, not seeing anyone else, I'm going to turn it over to Gregory Collett to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We received a few signups in advance for this item. The first we'll be hearing from is Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. So Lucy Levine, I am promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. As the citywide advocate for New York's architectural, historical, and cultural neighborhoods, HDC enthusiastically supports the designation of Joseph Rodman Drake Park, an enslaved African burial ground, as an individual landmark. There is much to celebrate in this designation. Not only is this site an addition to landmark spaces in the Bronx, a borough underrepresented in designated and protected places, but also this designation is part of a process to uplift the stories of Black and Indigenous New Yorkers whose stories are too often left out of or deliberately removed from the historical record. In this case, headstones from this enslaved African burial ground were literally removed from this parkland more than a century ago. HDC is glad that signage related to this designation will help reintroduce a physical marker of the burial ground and its history into New York's physical environment. One thing that landmarks do is surround us in history and allow us to have a tangible relationship to the past. The history of the enslaved African burial ground is a past too long obscured. We are pleased that this site will finally be recognized and protected. We call on the LPC to recognize and protect more sites in the Bronx and to work with local advocates, such as members of HDC's Bronx Landmarks Committee, to identify sites that hold special significance to Bronx residents. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we will be hearing from Andrea Goldwyn. So Andrea Goldwyn, I will be promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Carroll and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy is pleased to support designation of the Joseph Rodman Drake Park, an enslaved people's burial ground, as an individual landmark. The site merits designation as recognition of its known history and its presence as a green oasis in this industrial section of the Bronx. However, it also deserves this honor as a means to honor its lost history and encourage additional research. Like many of New York's landmarks, this one encompasses multiple aspects of the city's past. The role of the Hunt family, early English settlers, has been well understood, but more recent research has led to the revelations about their slaveholding past and likely burials of the enslaved. Like many burial sites, there is little physical evidence of markers of enslaved burials. Therefore, it is incumbent on the Commission to highlight this history with designations such as the one we're seeing today. As a practical matter, designation will also ensure that the Commission can regulate potential alterations to the site. We appreciate that the Commission is looking at New York's full history and designations such as this one and urge a swift vote. Thank you for the opportunity to express the Conservancy's views.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. If you would like to speak on this item, please click the raise hand button now. I do not see any further hands raised. Okay, I see Nilika Martel. So I will be promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. I'm representing several groups this morning. I'm speaking on behalf of the Bronx Landmarks Committee of the Historic District Council, a grassroots organization called Loving the Bronx, and a member of the Hunts Point Slave Burial Ground Project. Some years ago, I learned of the research being conducted by students at PS 48 under the leadership of educators Philip Panarides and Justin Zarka. While I was born and raised in the Bronx, and was aware that the site was the resting place of early European settlers, what I did not know was the importance of this site as the final resting place of enslaved people. While the information was known to the City of New York and Parks Department, this important information seemed to be swept under the rug. It was through the work of these students that a ground penetrating study was conducted, confirming the bodies of slaves in an unmarked area in the south of the park. Their work resulted in change of Parks Department signage in 2021 that incorporated language to include the presence of enslaved people. Providing landmark status to this park ensures further protection. Many people believe that slavery was exclusive to the South, but as we all know, there were many enslaved people whose contributions advanced the development of the Bronx, and those lives have been somehow erased. We have a unique opportunity today to pay homage to these lives by protecting the site through landmark designation. I thank you again for the opportunity to share, and I stand in solidarity with the students at PS 48 in favor of individual landmark designation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Okay, I'm looking through the attendees list now. I do not see any hands raised. If you would like to testify on this item, please click the raise hand button now at the bottom of your screen. Okay, so we'll be moving on. And just for the record, I would like to note that we received a letter of recommendation from Borough President Vanessa Gibson, as well as letters of recommendation from 35 individuals. And I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank everyone who participated, and in particular, thank the Parks Department for their cooperation and collaboration through this process and support. Commissioners, do you have any final questions for Mike or Kate? All right, yes, Commissioner Jefferson.
I have one. I came here when I was 12. I lived in the Bronx 10 years. I never knew of this. So it's wonderful.
Yeah, that's why it's so exciting that we're able to move this and other important sites forward as a result of this comprehensive survey that our research team has undertaken. Yeah. Commissioner Goldblum.
Is it comment time? Is it comment time?
Well,
Do that till next time.
next time. All right, great. So what we're going to do today is we're going to close the hearing. We will continue to accept written comments up until the time that we schedule a vote. And when we so the next step would be a public meeting when the research department would finalize all of their research, do a final presentation, and then we'll comment and vote. So let's make a motion to close the hearing today. Commissioner Jefferson, would you like to just make a motion to close the hearing? Just so move. Okay, Commissioner Holtzman, would you second that motion? Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed, and we'll be bringing this back in the near future for final comments and a vote. And we'll move to the next item.
Thank you. Item 2 is LP 2673, the Old Croton Aqueduct Walk Scenic Landmark, 2200 Aqueduct Avenue in the Bronx. The item proposed for a public hearing is the proposed designation of a New York City park located on top of a section of the 1842 Old Croton Aqueduct designed by John B. Jervis. And the proposed landmark sites includes tax block 3210 lots 1 and 7, block 3211 lot 1 and part, block 3212 lots 1, 67 and 71, block 3213 lots 27, 48, 49 and 70, block 3214 lot 33, block 3215 lot 31 in the Bronx. And presenting is Sarah Eccles.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Sarah Eccles with the Research Department presenting the Old Croton Aqueduct Walk. The Old Croton Aqueduct Walk is proposed as New York City's 12th and the Bronx's first scenic landmark. The Croton Aqueduct, completed in 1842, was the first direct water source to New York City, providing life-sustaining clean water to the city. This engineering marvel allowed New York City's development to accelerate rapidly through the 19th century, during which the embankment atop the aqueduct became a favored public walkway. The section known as Aqueduct Walk was especially cared for by the communities of Fordham and University Heights, who fought for its preservation twice, eventually securing it as a permanent linear park in 1930. The proposed Aqueduct Walk scenic landmark is located between West Kingsbridge Road and West Burnside Avenue in the Bronx. The landmark site is situated within a New York City park that comprises a small section of the Old Croton Aqueduct. This 4.9-acre shoestring park has been under the control of the Parks Department since 1930. New York City had been struggling to find clean water since the beginning in the early 1700s, but in the early 1800s, the situation became dire. The population was growing rapidly, the little water the city had was heavily polluted, and the river's water was brackish. Without readily available clean water, the city had an inability to fight fires, couldn't clean the streets, and became increasingly vulnerable to widespread disease. The construction of a successful aqueduct was delayed for over a decade by politics and money, but when cholera hit New York in 1832, it prompted city officials to take swift action and ultimately decide to construct a large-scale aqueduct. However, arguments over the aqueduct, including its location, financing, and engineers, delayed movement on the project until the spring of 1837, when ground was finally broken on the Croton Aqueduct. The Croton Aqueduct was constructed by 3,500 to 4,000 immigrants who were primarily Irish. The difficult construction came during a time of increased immigration and the Panic of 1837, giving the bargaining power to the contractors. Low wages, frequent work stoppages due to weather, and isolation of work sites led to many worker revolts, including one strike resulting in one of the earliest gatherings at Union Square, where the Irish voiced their grievances with the contractors. The unfavorable public reception of this early strike was a foreshadowing of the forthcoming labor sentiment at the turn of the century. Despite the delays and labor issues, the construction of the aqueduct took only 5 years to complete. The first engineer of the Old Croton Aqueduct was David Douglas, but he was replaced in 1836 by John B. Jervis, who completed most of the route, the final aqueduct design, and all the structures along the route. The Croton Aqueduct was complete on July 4th, 1842. The water took 22 hours to make the journey through the receiving reservoirs in Manhattan, and the water became available for public use on October 14th, 1842. Though not everyone immediately trusted the new water, after some time it changed the lives of New Yorkers forever. Croton water meant clean streets, fresh drinking water, and plumbing for creature comforts previously unimaginable. The need for pipes and maintenance resulted in the establishment of the plumbing trade and related labor unions, and water waste became a persistent issue the city would face through its many water systems. The aqueduct was named after the river which was dammed for water. Croton's name comes from Chief Croton, which means wind. The Croton Aqueduct is 41 miles of continuous horseshoe-shaped tunnel from Croton to Manhattan. This 1843 hydrographic map shows the aqueduct and its grading within the city of New York. The Old Croton Aqueduct is a National Historic Landmark consisting of the surviving above and below ground aspects of the aqueduct through Manhattan, the Bronx, and Westchester counties. The red star indicates the location of the Aqueduct Walk. The significance of the aqueduct was its use of gravity. When other aqueducts in the country, like Philadelphia's, relied on complicated and expensive pumps to keep water flowing, the Croton Aqueduct relied on gravity alone. To achieve the gravity-powered water system, the level of the aqueduct depreciated at a rate of roughly 13 inches per mile until it reached Manhattan. This meant that where the grade of the surrounding land was lower than that of the aqueduct, the embankment of the aqueduct was visible. In the map pictured above, the thin black line depicts the topography of the city. The thick red line is the aqueduct tunnel. Where the black line curves below the top of the red line, the aqueduct is above ground level and therefore visible. The Aqueduct Walk has the most visible sections of the extant above-ground aqueduct within the city, such as 188th Street, seen here. As seen in the drawing, when the aqueduct tunnel was above ground level, it was covered with an earthen and stone embankment wall. This protected the masonry of the tunnel from the freeze-thaw cycle. The embankment of the aqueduct also became a quickly favored public walkway. One notable frequenter of the walk was Edgar Allan Poe. He enjoyed walks on the aqueduct and across the High Bridge once it was completed. In 1900, artist Bernard Jacob Rosenmeyer drew an image of Poe walking the High Bridge. In 1910, the Bronx Society of Arts and Sciences wrote of Poe's beloved walk, "No more delightful path can be imagined than the grassy turf above the aqueduct spring. Oxford has her Addison's walk. Let New York commemorate Poe's walk." However, it was not just the Society of Arts and Sciences calling for the commemoration of Poe's walk, but the surrounding communities were advocating for the preservation of the aqueduct walk. In 1903, the community successfully fought a trolley line being placed alongside the aqueduct, which would have disrupted the serenity of this walkway in the developing Bronx. In an open letter to the Times, the author cited the community's objection to the trolley based on their belief in the city beautiful as well as the city prosperous. Then, in 1929, the City's Sinking Fund Commission sought to sell the surface rights of the aqueduct walk to developers. The community and residents rallied around the small strip of land, advocating for its salvation and insisting the Parks Department take control of the land officially. In 1930, the land was transferred to the City Parks Department, largely due to the relentless efforts of the community that cared for it. And following the takeover, the aqueduct walk continued to be an integral part of the community. In 1938, noted landscape architect Gilmore D. Clark of the 1939 World's Fair in the Central Park Conservatory Garden designed the new park. It included trees, lawns, plantings, horseshoe pitching, shuffleboards, sand pits, and playhouses. The Parks Department officially opened the Aqueduct Walk as a public park on April 27, 1940. The Aqueduct Walk has had an evolving relationship with its surroundings over its 181 years. When the aqueduct was built, the area of Fordham was sparsely developed, but as Fordham moved from rural to urban, the city sought to increase transit opportunities. In 1896, the city constructed a marble arch bridge for trolley passage underneath the conduit of the aqueduct, cutting through its embankment. But as this area continued to develop, the city needed to widen West Burnside Avenue to allow trolleys, cars, and pupils to pass safely through. In 1930, the city removed the arches, brought the aqueduct underground via an inverted steel siphon, and connected it back up through to the original aqueduct conduit on the southern side of West Burnside Avenue. Later, in 1940, the city added more retaining walls here. The 1842 Old Croton Aqueduct, seen here in blue, served the public well at first, but the New York City's population was growing rapidly, and the needs of the public quickly outpaced the ability of the old aqueduct. In 1885, construction began on the new Croton Aqueduct, seen here in pink. This line was completed in 1890. At full capacity, the old Croton Aqueduct could carry 75 million gallons of water a day. The new Croton Aqueduct could carry 340 million gallons of water a day, which was enough to keep up with New York City's expanding population, one that had tripled since the completion of the old aqueduct. The proposed Aqueduct Walk would be the oldest landmark in New York City associated with the Croton Aqueduct system. The Aqueduct Walk Park allows visitors to experience the aqueduct both on top of the old aqueduct conduit and alongside the stone embankment wall. The park has many entrances, including recently updated accessible ramps where the walk is at grade level, ramps to higher elevations, updated stairs at historic locations, and historic stairs. Reflecting the park's long history of community use, the Parks Department has added various amenities in recent years at the southern end of the landmark site, such as additional play spaces, seating areas, and accessible entrances. These do not detract from the intact and historically significant elements of the 1842 Old Croton Aqueduct visible in the park. The Croton Aqueduct was the first direct water source in New York City. It was long sought after and hard won. The aqueduct was a life-sustaining, gravity-powered engineering marvel constructed by immigrants that allowed the city to continue to develop at an explosive rate through the 19th century. After its construction, the walkway atop the aqueduct became a beloved path and open space for New Yorkers in the rapidly developing city. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Commissioners, do we have any questions for Sarah? Okay, yes, Vice Chair Blunt.
Does it still operate by gravity only? I'm asking because of that change when it was buried, when the archway was eliminated. Seems like it might have had to dip down and go back up.
Well, the steel siphon used pressure, but no water currently runs through the lower part. The only
I see. So it's not even operable
that
now.
gets water from the old aqueduct.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Okay, let's move to public testimony. We do have two people who signed up in person. Dr. James Fairbanks. Yeah, just please come to the podium. You can state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Jim Fairbanks, co-chair of the Friends of Aqueduct Walk. And we have prepared a group written statement in full support of your plan to landmarking. So I want to submit that for the record. We appreciate recognition finally of the importance of water to New York City. You have water on your tables because of industry polluting all of the cisterns and wells. There was no fresh potable water in New York City or the Bronx. So that's what's more historical than that. Even the new immigrant wave had to have water to drink to live. I also want to submit for the record just a notice of our monthly meetings of the Friends of Aqueduct Walk. The Partnership for Parks does organizing, and they came to our neighborhood and organized the Friends of Aqueduct Walk. I also want to submit the statements for anyone who would like to take one home. And what's important to me is not the history of the Aqueduct Walk, but the renovation of the Aqueduct Walk. I even call it Aqueduct Walk and Parks, because it's not just a walk. It's someplace it's a couple hundred feet with playgrounds and basketball courts, which are heavily used by the people. I do want to ask a question, though, because I see in your map that you have excluded a portion of the Aqueduct Walk that goes from Burnside Avenue, that's where you end coming down the Bronx, Burnside Avenue, to Tremont Avenue. That area is now closed. It was part of the devastation of the 1955s onward, where Black and brown people in the South Bronx did not matter too much to the city of New York. So our goal is to get a capital project to reopen it, and your landmarking might help do that. My question is, when you landmark and we convince the Parks Department to spend millions of dollars in the city to spend millions of dollars to reopen that stretch from Burnside to Tremont with a bridge over Burnside, which there used to be, this part used to be open with a bridge over Burnside, because at that point, it's about 100 feet above Burnside Avenue. So we want the bridge restored. We know this can be done because a few blocks south of Burnside and Tremont is the High Bridge, the first bridge in New York City. So over a couple of decades, the community came together and forced the city of New York to spend $65 million to reopen the High Bridge. So this is the same story, reopening the walk and parks from Burnside to Tremont with a bridge. So we asked the question, when we do reopen that, and
Sorry, the 3 minutes, if you should summarize your.
Does that mean it would be another bureaucratic layer that will prevent or slow the reopening of the Aqueduct Walk from Burnside to Tremont? So that's our question. I'm not certain of the answer to that, but at any rate, we think it deserves to be opened for everyone to enjoy, and not just reopened, not just reopened to be the 1840s Aqueduct Walk, but to be a safe, beautiful, with brand new trees and plants and flowers, so everyone will love. And we want to put the city agencies involved so that if there's a homeless person, they're served. If there's an addiction person, we want them to be served. We want this to be a beautiful place for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, the next person who signed up is Ken Brown from Community Board 5, Bronx Community Board 5.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to preface my remarks by, first of all, thanking the Landmarks Commission and the Parks Department. They've been instrumental in informing our community about this process, and Parks Department, in partnership with the Partnership for the Parks, is the catalyzing agency for the catalyst group that has formed the Friends of the Aqueduct Walk, which Jim is a very articulate and, as you can see, vociferous member. So Community Board 5 certainly supports the landmarking of the Aqueduct Walk, and I'd like to read the testimony on that behalf and then submit it in support. Commissioner Carroll, Bronx Community Board 5, as expressed by its chair, Angel Caballero, is in full support of the landmarking designation of the old Croton Aqueduct Walk. Although Aqueduct Walk originates outside of Bronx Community Board 5, we recognize this as a vital cultural, recreational, and historic asset in our community. The walk's designation as a scenic historic landmark would be the first of its kind in the Bronx. Bronx Community Board 5 is therefore pleased to lend its support for the landmark designation as proposed. The aqueduct, as you heard, was built in 1842 to provide water for New York City's burgeoning population. And in 1930, the city's Department of Parks and Recreation took control of this asset. This makes the walk a vital historic landmark for New York City and our community. The proposed designation of the landmark status for the Aqueduct Walk extends from West Kingsbridge Road, which is in Community Board 7, which has previously submitted testimony in support of this, to Burnside Avenue, which would be a welcome advance in the continuing preservation and elevation of the walk as a vital asset for Bronx Community Board 5. Therefore, Bronx Community Board 5, through its chair, Angel Caballero, lends its support for the designation of the Aqueduct Walk as a vital scenic landmark. So thank you very much. I'd like to submit that as testimony, and I brought a few comments.
Great.
And in conclusion, I just want to add as a caveat, the further extension of landmarking south of Burnside Avenue through Tremont Avenue is something that the board would certainly support and look forward to. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to speak? Yes, Sybil, please come up.
Sybil Young, speaking on behalf of New York City Parks. New York City Parks is pleased to support the Landmarks Preservation Commission's designation of the Old Croton Aqueduct Walk as the first scenic landmark in the Bronx. This 19th century linear park not only provides visitors with varied and valuable recreational opportunities, but is also a visual reminder of our city's first water system, the Old Croton Aqueduct. From its inception, Aqueduct Walk has been a beloved open space heavily utilized by New Yorkers, as evidenced by Bronx residents' battles to preserve the park in the early 20th century. Today, Aqueduct Walk has strong connections to the neighborhoods that surround it and beyond. Since Parks took over the park in 1930, the agency has made numerous improvements throughout the walk, including new seating areas, playgrounds, basketball courts, and public restrooms. With all proposed changes, we have always had the walk's historic significance at the forefront of design and planning. We support the proposed designation of Aqueduct Walk and encourage the Commission to vote in favor of designating this unique historic resource as a scenic landmark. We look forward to working with LPC on the continued preservation of this wonderful asset to the Bronx. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to testify on this item? All right, noting that there is no one else, I will turn it over to Gregory to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We received a couple of signups beforehand. So first we'll be hearing from Andrea Goldwyn from New York Landmark Conservancy. So Andrea Goldwyn, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Carroll and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy is pleased to support designation of the Old Croton Aqueduct Walk as a scenic landmark. The Aqueduct Walk is a unique landscape that opens a window into the history of New York's infrastructure. The Old Croton Aqueduct, completed in 1842, was an engineering marvel that allowed water to flow to the burgeoning city for 5 decades of the 19th century. An added benefit was the walk, which covered the aqueduct and became a place of outdoor recreation for Bronx residents and visitors. This linear park has long outlasted the working aqueduct, but it has been a source of enjoyment to the neighboring community for decades. The community fought many times to ensure its longevity, another preservation success. This designation will allow the LPC to guide any changes to the physical structure and will give long overdue recognition to this highlight of the Bronx. Thank you for this opportunity to present the Conservancy's views.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we will be hearing from Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. As the citywide advocate for New York's architectural, historical, and cultural neighborhoods, HDC enthusiastically supports the designation of the Old Croton Aqueduct Walk as a scenic landmark. This designation would be the first scenic landmark in the Bronx, and it is quite an auspicious beginning. The Croton Aqueduct was more than an engineering marvel. It transformed the life and health of the city by delivering clean water to hundreds of thousands of people. The aqueduct was also part of a number of mid-19th century reforms and municipal initiatives that strove to turn New York City into a modern global metropolis. This beautiful landscape is not only worthy of designation because of its loveliness, but also because it offers a tangible reminder of what is possible when the city acts with vision to support and uplift the lives of its citizens and thereby commits to necessary large-scale public works. We need such vision today. We hope that this designation will help inspire visionary leadership, and we call on the LPC to take a leading role in protecting and uplifting our city's most cherished public spaces. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I am looking through the attendees list now. I do not see any further hands raised. If you would like to comment on this item, please click the raise hand button now. Okay, I do not see any further hands raised. So I will note for the record that Bronx Borough President Gibson recommends approval, as well as Bronx Community Board 7. And we also received a letter from one individual recommending approval. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Right, and I understand that we do have a representative from the borough president's office, and so he may be speaking in just a minute, so we'll keep the hearing open for an additional minute. I know she very much wanted to be here, but I think he's logging right now. Okay.
Okay, so next up, we'll be hearing from Jatan Hortzman from Borough President Gibson's office. Jatan Hortzman, I will be promoting you to panelist right now. So if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Getting some feedback.
Are you with us?
Yes, hi. Good morning. So good morning, Chair Carroll and Landmarks Preservation Commissioners. So I'm reading on behalf of Bronx Borough President Vanessa Gibson. My name is Jatan Hortzman, Director of Planning and Development. So on behalf of Bronx Borough President Vanessa Gibson, I am pleased to testify on behalf of the nearly 1.5 million residents of the Bronx to advocate for the landmarking of 2 invaluable sites in our borough: the Aqueduct Walk and the Enslaved African Burial Ground located within Joseph Rodman Drake Park. Both sites embody the rich tapestry of our history, underscoring the need for equity and recognition and the preservation of the diverse narratives that have shaped our borough. The Aqueduct Walk stands as a testament to the engineering marvel that is the old Croton Aqueduct. Constructed in 1842, the aqueduct brought the first direct water supply to New York City. This public park, perched atop the historic conduit, not only provides a picturesque environment, but also connects us to the struggles and triumphs of our city's past. Located in the Fordham and University Heights neighborhoods, Aqueduct Walk is more than a park. It is a living monument to resilience and community strength. The Bronx community's fight to preserve this space since the early 20th century shows its great significance to our borough. The Parks Department's thoughtful enhancements over the years have improved public's access without diminishing its historic integrity, maintaining it as an important public space within the community. By supporting the Scenic landmark proposal for the Aqueduct Walk, we affirm our commitment to preserving a space that has long been a symbol of community pride and is another example of the Bronx contributions to the history of New York City. Equally deserving of our recognition and protection is the Enslaved African Burial Ground located within Joseph Rodman Drake Park. This burial ground commemorates the enslaved African indigenous people who were central to the area's early history and reflects the complex and often painful history of Hunts Point. The park's renaming in 2021 to explicitly mention the Enslaved African Burial Ground lets it stand as a symbol of remembrance and a call for greater knowledge and understanding. This evolution, both in design and nomenclature, mirrors our growing understanding of its profound historical importance. This proposed landmark designation is not just about preserving physical space, but acknowledging the resilience and contributions of those whose stories were silenced for too long. Designated both the Aqueduct Walk and Enslaved African Burial Ground as landmarks would be a strong signal for equity and inclusion in the city's preservation efforts. These sites are not only historical landmarks, but living connections to our past that deserve our collective protection and respect. Let us ensure that the Bronx rich history, diverse narratives, and contributions of all its residents are celebrated and preserved for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and I believe that is also, I'll bring
Okay,
it back to you, Chair
great.
Carroll.
Thank you, and we do appreciate the Borough President Gibson's support both of these proposals, and I want to thank again everybody who participated today and the Parks Department for their support and collaboration. So we will also close this hearing, and we continue to accept written comments up until the vote, and we'll be scheduling the vote in the near future. So Commissioner Goldblum, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Ginsburg, would you second that motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the hearing's closed and we will reconvene in the near future for the vote. Thank you. Thank you, Kate. All right, we will now move to our Preservation Department's public hearing agenda to review applications for work on designated properties. And I believe we're starting with the public meeting agenda. So I'll turn it over to Corey Harala, our Director of Preservation.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Good morning, everyone. We'll start today's Preservation Department agenda with public meeting item number 1, LPC 24-00446, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 444, Lot 2, 343 Hoyt Street in the Carroll Gardens Historic District. This is a row house built in 1873. The application is to remove the non-historic stoop sidewall and ironwork and construct a rear yard addition. This was last presented at the public hearing of September 19th, 2023, and no action was taken at that time. The staff will be presenting the revisions to the proposal.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Roberto Ciliberto, LPC staff. The application before you was last seen at the public hearing of September 19th, 2023. The presentation originally called for the construction of a rear yard addition, a rooftop addition, alteration to the stoop, and installation of ironwork. At the time, the commissioners had concern about the visibility of the rooftop and the rear additions and comment that they were not comfortable with the proposed modern ironwork alteration to the stoop. To refresh your memory, the building is located to the Carroll Gardens Historic District extension. The boundary of the historic district cuts through the block as shown on this map. For context, here are the pictures of the front and the rear facades. And here are the pictures showing the rear facade visible above a garage building from Carroll Street. The applicants have revised their proposal to restore the stoop and ironwork based on the historic photos and details present in the neighbor building. And this work will be handled at staff level. The rooftop addition has been eliminated and the rear extension has been set back to the current floor to align with the plane of the addition building. The ground level of the addition remains at the same depth, but this portion is not visible from the street. The outer windows at the top floor, giving access to the newly created terrace, has been relocated to the center bay. You can see here on the right, the previously proposed project, and on the left, the modified project presented today. Here we see on the top part of the slide, the existing building, and at the bottom, what is presented today. Okay, here we have the visibility map. The following slides show the visibility of the rear facade from various locations on Carroll Street and President Street. The proposed work will not be visible from Hoyt Street. So we see here the proposed from the garage building on Carroll Street against what was previously proposed. Here, the same location from farther away from outside of the district. And here what was previously proposed. We see from President Street, there is no visibility. And this is it for now. And we have the applicant to respond to any question that you may have. Thank you.
Fairly straightforward. Thank you so much for the presentation. Commissioners, do we have any questions? No, I think we can move right to our discussion. So the last time we saw this proposal for this building, there was the proposal was for a rooftop addition and a rear yard addition. And I think we were open to both, but asked that the applicants scale back the proposal to make it more deferential to the building as it is viewed from this location. And they've eliminated the rooftop addition and made some tweaks to the openings at the top floor of the rear facade to center the door and simplified the rear addition. So I think it's fairly responsive. Commissioner Chen, would you like to start this one?
Yeah.
The building in the
Vice Chair Bland?
Bravo. I think it's responsive and completely appropriate now.
Commissioner Lutfi?
Yeah, thank you so much for hearing our comments and responding accordingly. I think it's appropriate.
Just in the interest of time, I'll ask if anyone else has any other thoughts on this. All right, I think we can probably move to make a motion to approve it. Commissioner Chen?
Batches 0446, 343 Hoyt Street, Carroll Gardens Historic District. Applications on historic stoops, side ramp, and ironwork, and construct a rear yard addition. I noted the building style, scale, materials, and details among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of Carroll Gardens Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant historic fabric, that the proposed rear yard addition and modified opening at the top floor will only partially visible over a one-story garage on Carroll Street, and the design and the materiality of the addition featuring red brick cladding, metal window and door assemblies, and simple metal railings will help it to blend with other brick and stucco rear walls seen in the context, and will be in keeping with the residential scale and character of the building and other buildings in the block. That the visible portion of the rear addition will align with the depth of adjacent building. Additions in the row and will diminish this block central green space, and that the modification of one open for a new floor at the top terrace retaining the original open window and featuring horizontal mounts will relate to the windows to remain, will otherwise preserve the original pattern of openings at this building and others in the row.
All right, Commissioner Ginsburg, would you second that motion?
Second.
John, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Vice Chair Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg. Aye. Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Aye.
Commissioner Master.
Aye,
11 in favor, none opposed. The motion passes.
that's approved. Thank you very much.
Right, we'll now move to the next item. It's public meeting item number 2, LPC 23-11878, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1413, lot 26, 163 to 165 East 78th Street, house, individual landmark. This is a pair of vernacular row houses with Italianate style influences built in 1861 and later combined and enlarged. The application is to modify an entry, alter the penthouse, construct rear yard and rooftop additions, and excavate to lower the cellar floor. This was last presented at the public hearing of July 25th, 2023. No action was taken at that time. The applicant will be presenting the revisions to the proposal after we open the proceedings.
Okay, so let's do that now. Commissioner Master, would you make a motion to open the proceedings? So moved. Thank you. And Commissioner Chu, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, you may go ahead and speak.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Ward Dennis with Higgins Quays Barth & Partners. I'm joined by Tom Zoli, the architect for the project. There we go. This was first heard, as you just heard, in July. The application is for the building on the right. In these images, it is a pair of row houses originally constructed in 1861. They were joined into a single house in 1916 and significantly modified during the 1920s and in 1939 when a fourth floor addition was added. Our proposal is for a penthouse addition and rear yard extension. At the hearing, I think the commissioners were generally supportive, but asked us to look at 4 specific areas. At the front of the building, we originally proposed to raise the front parapet by about 13 inches. We were asked to reduce that, which we had done. And we were asked to restudy the visibility of the penthouse and location of mechanical equipment. We've reduced the height of the penthouse and we relocated most of the mechanical equipment onto the main roof where it will not be visible. At the rear of the building, there were similar concerns about the raising of the height of the parapet. We are proposing a full height rear extension as well as a lower 2-story extension. There was also concerns over the busyness of the conservatory piece that you see on the left in the previous proposal at the second floor. The mouse is a little crazy, so it's hard to point. So we have removed that conservatory and we have lowered the rear parapet to the height of the existing. We have also restudied, gone back and done more research on the history of the changes to this building and the adjacent buildings. As a reminder, there are 5 buildings in this row that are individually designated, our 2, and then the 3 to the west of us. We have sections which I can come back to if there are questions: existing, prior proposal, and current proposal. Looking in detail at the roof, you can see on the top previous proposal that 11 inches or so of parapet that was to be raised. We've now lowered that down. Previously, the penthouse was at 11 feet, 11 inches. It's now 11 feet. We've also eliminated the elevator override, so that does not project up. That allows us to relocate much of the mechanical equipment to the northeast, where it will be much less visible. And then, as we saw before, most of the mechanical equipment is removed off the building entirely. So existing building on the left, modified proposal on the right. And I'll just go forward to the previous proposal on the left. You can see the effect of lowering that front parapet. It's now at its existing and historic height. This is, of course, the 1939 4th-story addition. And then lowering the height of the penthouse and removing much of the mechanical equipment as well as that heavy mechanical screen. The mechanical equipment you can see located on the left side of the building. At the rear of the building, similarly, the existing and proposed, and then the previous proposal with the revised proposal, eliminating that conservatory rather at the second floor and restoring or keeping the rear parapet height at its existing height. We have plans, again, not much change at the penthouse plan. At the roof plan, you can see the effect of locating the mechanical equipment to the northeast, pushing it out of the way. We did do a revised mock-up. As a reminder, there are a lot of trees, and even last week, there were a lot of leaves on the tree. So we do have a couple views where we're using renderings in lieu of photos. From far away on a zoomed in image looking across Lexington Avenue, you can see on the left the previous proposal with the more visible mechanical equipment. If you look at the chimney on our building in relation to the penthouse, you can see the reduction in height and the elimination of the mechanical equipment seen against the building behind. A more regular view from a little bit closer in, similar conditions, lowering of the penthouse and elimination of visibility of mechanical equipment. And then closer in, these are the renderings because the trees are blocking the way. You can see on the left that a mechanical screen that's been eliminated and mechanical equipment. Very simple pipe railing now with the equipment pushed back and lower, and then the lower penthouse height and the lower parapet at the front. From the east, there is no visibility before and there is no visibility after. The only change is the parapet height. And from straight on, the parapet goes down by 11 inches, by 13 inches, and the penthouse goes down by 11 inches. So there's sort of a no net gain on this view. At the rear of the building, just as a reminder, again, these two buildings were combined in 1916, which you can see at the top, and then went through a series of modifications, ending with a 1939 addition, which is flush to the rear and effectively creates the rear as a 1939 composition. After designation, the two buildings immediately to the west of us, 161 and 159, both received full height rear extensions by the commission. And in both cases, those did remove significant historic material at the rear of the building, or a significant amount. Block plan showing the rear extensions as they exist. And then here's an overall view of the rear of the buildings. Again, we're dealing with trees. So our building on the left, and then 161 and 159 with their full height rear additions. 157 at the far right is the only building that has a remaining rear wall. What we're looking at the cornice here is actually the 1870s cornice. But of course, our building and the other buildings would have had a cornice. If you look at our building on the far left, there's no evidence of that historic height. When they did the 1939 addition, they took down the rear of the building to the tops of the lintels and then built up from there. We did go back and look through the records that we have from DOB, which do deal with a lot of the changes, but don't cover everything. Again, best as we can determine, the building was, excuse me, taken down to the lintels at this third story here, and then the fourth story built up behind. And then here you can see, I'm sorry, in more detail, the condition of the brick at the rear of our building, which is very continuous. No evidence of either the pair of buildings or the original height. And you can also see on the right, the full height extensions, one from the 1980s, one from the early 2000s. More details of the brick showing the very continuous condition of the brick. And then the existing condition and our proposed, we are proposing to build out to the depth of the adjacent building, and then with the windows as shown above. And then the previous proposal and the current proposal, again, given the condition of the rear of the building and the fact that it's really a 1939 composition, albeit with some 1860s material, and the precedent of the adjacent buildings, we think that building out this rear addition is appropriate in this case. And I will leave it there for questions.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners. Do we have any questions? All right.
So, yes.
Yes, Commissioner Chu.
Just a question for us. If the addition from the original houses were done prior to the landmark, is the addition the landmarked status of the building?
Well, it is regulated by us. It doesn't mean that it's a significant feature. That would be something for us to determine.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, let's begin our discussion on this. And so this is as was presented, a house that was two houses that were combined in the 20th century and combined externally and internally, resulting in changes at the front and the rear. And so the last time we saw this, I think many of us were comfortable with the idea of further expansion. But we did ask for some specific things, and we asked them to keep the parapet height of the front pre-existing addition, which they were previously proposing to raise, to lower the height of the penthouse, and they have lowered the height of both the penthouse, eliminated the elevator overhead, which eliminates, I think, almost 5 feet, and then pushed the mechanical equipment back further. And then to simplify and scale back at the rear facade. And they've again retained the original height of the rear wall in their rear addition so that it relates better to the adjacent row houses. And they've eliminated the conservatory sort of third floor accretion that they were previously proposing. So that's where we are. Vice Chair Bland, would you like to start this one?
Well, first of all, it's sort of interesting to know that 110 years ago, people were combining houses. We find it happening these days, and it's often a little bit of a trouble for us to deal with it. I think what they've done here is responsive to our commentary last time in all ways. I don't see any reason to suggest that it's not appropriate now. I do so miss that conservatory on the back, but I guess that was there. I like to grow plants. I have a conservatory myself. But anyway, so I can vote in favor of this.
Commissioner Lutfi?
Yeah, I agree. I think they've been very responsive, and they've, made these tweaks that have really simplified not only the massing, but also reduce the visibility. I actually like the removal of the conservatory because I think the rear is now, again, cleaner, and it just is a little more understated. And so I can approve this.
Thank you, Commissioner Chu.
Agreed with all the other commissioners' comments. And I just want to point out that 1 foot makes a huge difference in the proportions.
Yes. Commissioner Master.
I agree with all the other comments. It's appropriate.
Commissioner Jefferson.
We read all 4 comments, all 4 question items.
I agree. It's appropriate.
Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, there are changes to the penthouse and the parapet, mechanical rear and conservatory. All have made this very appropriate. All very appropriate.
Commissioner Goldblum.
I can agree that it's appropriate. I do have trouble though with it's got two problems. First of all, in different situations where the building had not been already significantly modified in the 20th century, I think we would say that this had obliterated the original volume of the house, the designated building. And I think it also points up the problem of the individual designation here as a kind of a blunt instrument that we only have really the option of an individual in a district, and this is too small for a district. But does this really warrant individual designation? And if that carries with it a heightened degree of attention to modifications, I'm not sure that this would rise to that level. But given the fact that it was heavily modified in the past, I can accept.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
I agree the changes were all
good and it's appropriate.
Commissioner Chen.
So, the coalition will not put the two adjacent back for extension today.
Right, Vice Chair Bland, would you make the motion?
In the matter of LPC 23-11878 63-165 East 78th Street. Dash 163-165 East 78th Street House, an individual landmark. Let's see. This is a pair of vernacular row houses with Italianate style influence, built in 1861 and later combined and enlarged. Application is to modify an entry, alter the penthouse, construct rear yard and rooftop additions, and excavate to lower the cellar floor. I note that the existing building was originally constructed in 1861 as two separate row houses with Italianate style influences and was altered in the first half of the 20th century, including internally combining the buildings into a single family house, constructing the penthouse and modifying the front and rear facades. I recommend now approval that the proposed work will eliminate or damage any significant architectural features, that the proposed construction of additions, modifications to the existing modern penthouse, and selective alterations to the front facade will be consistent with the evolution of the house, which was combined, expanded, and redesigned over time. That the existing facade is a floor taller than the original rear facade and was likely fully built in the 20th century. Therefore, the proposed construction of the additions will not obscure an existing expression of the building's original massing or remove an original rear facade. That the brick-clad upper floors, the rear of the rear addition will align with the plane of the rear facades of the neighboring individual landmark and will feature simple details and materials and fenestration consistent with the character, consistent in character with the rear facade. That the rear addition will be in keeping with the massing and form of typical additions found at row houses of this type and age. That the configuration of the infill of the floors of the rear addition will reflect the floor levels and location of the former original party wall, which with the use of a side spandrel and central monument. That the recladding of the existing stucco-clad penthouse with brick better integrated addition with the building. That the and the replacement of the infill at the penthouse will only be seen from public thoroughfares at a distance. That the proposed roof addition on top of the penthouse will be simply designed, neutral in finish, and set back from the front of the house. And the addition, railings, and HVAC equipment will be seen from the street against the background of the taller secondary facade of neighboring buildings. That the replacement of the entrance canopy with a narrow, simpler canopy will diminish the character of the main entrance. That the removal of the installation of at the ground floor will be compatible with the century facade design. That the proposed windows will replicate the configuration and dimensions of the historic frame, and a slight change in operation will not detract from the proportions and overall unity of the fenestration pattern. And that the proposed excavation of the cellar will be done in compliance with the Department of Buildings regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer to protect the building's facades and the adjacent buildings.
Thank you. And Commissioner Lutfi, would you second that motion? Right, John, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Vice Chair Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen. Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg. Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Aye.
Commissioner Master.
Aye.
11 in favor, none opposed. The motion passes.
That's approved. Thank you. And we'll now move to our public hearing agenda.
And we'll start with public hearing item number 1, LPC 23-11569, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 215, Lot 4, 24 Middagh Street in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. This is a federal style house built in 1829. The application is to construct a rear yard addition, modify a window opening, paint shutters, replace a fence, and install a driveway and curb cut.
Great.
Good morning. Morning. My name is Middagh. I'm a licensed architect. I'm the applicant for the proposed adjustment to the project. Let me see. Okay. So the property is located in Brooklyn Heights. Let me just get that out a little bit. Okay, good. It's at the corner of Middagh and Willow Street. And it's a corner lot that has 2 buildings, 1 corner building and 1 carriage house facing Willow Street. So these are the current photos of the property. That property is one of the oldest wood frame townhouse in Brooklyn Heights. Some people say like the oldest, but like that's for the debate. Like over time there was adjustments to the house. Right now we can see that there's the corner house here the carriage house on the right, and then like there's a gate in between them right here. Those are the old pictures. We can see in the 1940s that the carriage house was already 2 stories. We see the corner house with the dormers. And just looking at the history of the house, we found older photos that were showing here like a bit of an extension and a different gate to the corner building, which we're not seeing in the 1940s tax photos. This is what, like here, like in Exeter District, like we see like what we believe was a state in 1922. Then like in the 1940s, like they removed the extension and like had that gate that kind of sweeps in between the 2 buildings. The current condition is very similar to what we found in the 1940s photo. So this application is to propose to reinstate the extension of the building that we found in the photos prior for the current building, but like that extension that we found in the photos prior to 1940. And we also found in the DOB records, like in microfilm, the application that shows, let me just, I think we have to zoom in right after, yeah, that shows the original corner house here. And like that's an application to remove that extension. The extension was actually an existing porch. And we also see the letter here, like to remove the enclosure of the porch. So it was an enclosed porch, like jutting within the rear yard. And also there was a modification of the carriage house from 1 story to 2 story at that time. So, like based on this, that's the photos here that like the prior to 1940s, like we can see like that extension and also that gate. Here, like that is in between the carriage house and the corner building. This is the current condition. And like we also see in the current condition, there's a brick wall here that is a remnant of the enclosed porch that was behind the gate. And this is the proposed condition, which is like matching the photos and the state of the house that we found prior to 1940s. I do believe that there was adjustment over time to this house, and I do believe that like from a landmark and like building point of view, like buildings are important, but here like you also have an empty space in between the two buildings, and it's not so often that we see that. And I do think that that state prior to 1940 celebrates that space. It really frames that empty space in between, which is an important feature, I think, in that neighborhood. So this is the current photos here on the left, and then on the right, you have a visualization showing what we propose. But that proposed design is line was the photos that we found prior to 1940s was we have all the horizontal siding on the house that turns into vertical planks along the gate, and a darker color into an upper frame that you find here, like into the windows, like which like like you see like here, like we're trying to match the design intent as much as possible. That design comes with a proposed curb cuts that will be located in front of that gate. The curb cut, the curb right in the curb threshold is about 3 inches. So like that would be a low change in grade for the curb cut. In the sample maps, like you can also see like traces of the cross, like the old garage, but like see it. But it does say like outer garage, like across several years. So we do believe that even if there's no curb cut today, like there was the existence of a curb cut at some point leading to the property. So this is the proposed curb cut here, leading to the gate, and these are starting to be like the enlarged elevation for that new design, the proposed design. And there is an evidence of different curb cuts in the neighborhood, like right around the block, that leads to both enclosed garage and empty spaces. So this is like here you see like as the largest the visualization. I've been asked before at the community board, we do not change the color of the existing siding here. We do like really like the design is about recreating that enclosed porch and the gates that leads to the empty space between the two buildings here. And that comes with like a series of other proposals. You can see the curb cut as well. Right now, like that's the prior 1940s plan. Like there was like a little bit of a vestibule to the porch, like that portion of the vestibule remains today, and the enclosed porch is now a terrace. Like through that reinstatement of the enclosed porch, we propose to sweep the design of the enclosure like across the entire design here, and also to this one window that was lowered here, or like that is lower than the other ones facing the rear yard that we propose to raise to align with the proposed design. Like there's evidence here of that window having like that siding has been patched at some point. And also, like we believe that the stair, like even if it's typical that you have that kind of turnaround stair, like in those houses, like we do think that the stair, even like on the prior to 1940s plan, like that stair was like straight. So I do believe that window was actually aligned with the other one at some point. So that's the proposed design facing the rear yard, which is really like from the street, from the public realm, like it's really gonna be seen like only the upper two bays of the multi-light windows, like behind the gates. After like this is regarding the colors, I do believe also that the red that is currently applied to all the shutters is not the original color. So here for now, like we, like it looks like the color is very similar to the siding. So we do propose a color that is called Easter, that is a light gray for all the trim and shutters, like across the house. And that is, like the trims are already white, but like it's coherent with like all the trims of the windows that you find in the neighborhood as well. So that's just a summary here. I propose to reinstate the enclosed portion that we found in historical records. And that's the design here across. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh, yeah. We those windows here. This one?
The straight side.
Yeah, that one, right? Yeah. Oh, that's part of the that's part of the proposal as well. Sorry, like we went back and forth like here with so but like that part of the proposal is to reopen like those windows are fully shut, like like they close right now. And that like there's evidence inside from framing of all the windows. So like the proposal also includes like reopening those windows, putting new windows, and just opening the shutters here. To the second floor as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Ginsburg.
The extension's going to be wood, the porch extension. And is that correct? The construction of it?
It's going to be clad in wood, but the structure itself is going to be metal inside. Yes.
Okay, because I'm just questioning if there were combustibility issues in the building code, but that probably answers it. Thank you.
You're right.
Yes, Vice Chair Bland.
You cited evidence from the inside from that window you just mentioned. Can you see similar evidence for the window in the back that you want to raise?
No, like there's no like let's say like the framing is complex inside, like from like a lot of different changes. Like it's not as clear there like as it is on the side windows facing the street.
Because most houses of that era have a stair that went halfway up and then halfway up, and that's why that window is always lowered. And,
yeah.
Okay, and staff doesn't know if there's any evidence of that as well. Is that right? So it's sort of
the staff believes that it's the original condition.
that window in its lower condition is original. I would have thought so. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yes, Commissioner
But that's a
Levy.
follow-up on Fred's question, on, let's see, I don't know what page this is, where you show the existing and proposed rear facade, in, elevation. So that's a little addition in the back there on the rear facade.
Yes. Let me get back to it. Yes.
Yeah. So was that original?
I believe some aspects of it is original, but like it's been like two windows, one big, one small. This originally that was called for a door and a few steps coming down. So the way here on the side is not exactly coherent was the way of the existing. So it's been modified.
It's been modified, and we don't know when.
No, like this, like I'm not sure exactly like what period.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Master.
Yeah, I have a question about the shutters, the color of the shutters. Did you say that originally you believed that the shutters were like a lighter color or?
Yes, let me get back to a series of existing photos here. Might have to come back a little bit. Right, so actually, like, you know, that there was no shutter at all here, like prior to 1940, but like on 1940s photos, you can see. Sorry about that. Oh, here, like it does look to me that like those windows were about an equivalent color to the siding, not much darker. As you know, this is my reading of those photos. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
You don't show any of the elevations of the adjacent buildings, particularly in the rear. Was there a reason for that, to understand how what you're proposing fits into the context of the donut?
You mean, sorry, can you clarify on the elevations, like within the courtyard, you mean, or?
Your buildings at the corner, there are other buildings that go down the street, and I'm just curious, do those have an offset window like you're showing, like yours has, and just understand better what's happening in the rest of the inner rear yard?
Right. I think I mean, here, like the building next door here, like they're very similar as well, like in their current condition. So like, you know, like you can see them here. There isn't really like a lot of comparables like in the area. I think there's 69 Orange, which is another wood frame house. Like that is kind of raised at the back. So like it's a different condition. No, I don't think like we can see similar condition right there, like in the immediate area.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, let's move to public testimony. We may have more questions after that. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this item? Judy? Okay, please come up and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Judy Stanton for the Brooklyn Heights Association. This house is very special and beloved in our district for its age and style. The AIA guide calls it the Queen of Brooklyn Heights houses. On top of that, it is a visible corner location. So we would expect this project and its details to receive a high level of scrutiny. While we are supportive of the plan's direction to respect the character of this house, we do have some suggestions for the details that we think will improve the plan's execution. Most importantly, we think that the proposed modified window opening should continue to be differentiated from the other openings. One of the distinctive features in a federal style plan would be the offset rear window at this location to accommodate the stair landing. It is rare across the city to have a corner federal house that provides a public view of this configuration. Even with prior alterations, the house's rear facade today echoes the original federal style plan, and we think maintaining this is valuable. We recommend some combination of these alternatives for the modified opening, keeping it offset, reducing the size, or not adding shutters. Do not add shutters around the center column of windows on the west facade, the ones being converted from blind windows. Fewer shutters are more representative of the idiosyncrasies on the historical and current facades. Keep the side yard fence planks horizontal. This design from the 1930s has been a very effective way of subordinating the long fence to both buildings. We think that the elegant manner in which the existing fence continues its horizontal planks through to the lower portion of the rear house. We like the elegant manner in which the existing fence continues its horizontal planks through to the lower portion of the rear house. We do not think the plan needs to drop that horizontal orientation even as the fence becomes the gate. We observe that the curb cut is awkwardly offset from the gate's center in order to satisfy the zoning requirements. If it turns out the DOT will not approve a new cut at this location, we think the existing fence should be retained as closely as possible. Lastly, we think a shutter color that continues to provide contrast to the siding would be more historically accurate and look better. The proposed shutter color is too close in tone to the clapboard. There are several choices in the Benjamin Moore Historic Collection that could be used for contrasting shutter color, even if the applicant wants to change from the current red, deep red. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? All right. Noting that there's no one else in the room to speak, I will turn it over to Gregory Collett to take us through any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We have a couple of remote participants, that being Christina Conroy from the Victorian Society of New York. Christina Conroy, I am promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Christina Conroy for the Victorian Society, New York. Now, founded in New York City in 1966, the Victorian Society in America is dedicated to fostering the appreciation and preservation of our 19th and early 20th century heritage. The New York chapter promotes preservation of our historic districts, individual and scenic landmarks, interior, and civic art. Now, the side garden fence or wall in its current form and materials appears to date from the 1938 conversion of the carriage house to a dwelling, making it nearly 100 years old. Its horizontal board siding continues the identical siding on the first floor of the carriage house. The single door is a perfect scale for the garden gate of an early federal house and supports this charming and well-scaled ensemble. The proposed new wall and gate would destroy the historic material, change the orientation of the siding, thus disconnecting it visually from the adjacent facades, and introduce an oversized double gate that is completely out of proportion to the intimate scale of the building. We also think adding a vehicular curb cut to the middle of a residential street in Brooklyn Heights is not appropriate. Restoring the one-story rear extension, which existed at least as early as 1887, is appropriate. However, the roof should meet the facade where it did originally at the center point between the first and second floor windows. This would avoid the crowding of the second floor rear windows as seen in the perspective view of the current proposal, and would also make the new addition less visible from the street. We also think that the glass area should be somewhat reduced by adding additional framing, or perhaps by raising the sills of the windows. We have no objection to relocating the second floor rear window, as it seems to have been moved at least once already. The clapboards above it appear to have been patched in, indicating that the window was once higher on the facade. The proposal to paint out the shutters is not appropriate. We cannot recall any historic images of shutters in which they were not painted to contrast with the body of the house. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we'll be hearing from Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. So Lucy Levine, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds this proposal to be largely appropriate and sensitively done. That said, there are several details we would like to comment on. We believe the applicant could work with staff to reduce the scale of the gate along Willow Street and to reduce the amount of glass on the rear yard addition, where the applicant proposes 7 windows. On the proposed addition, we favor a higher proportion of wood to glass and believe eliminating the 2 very slim windows on either side of the composition while raising the sill heights of the 5 remaining windows would be more appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any further hands raised for this item. So I will note for the record that Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommends conditional approval, requesting that the applicant tones down the porch, in particular the busyness of the month-ends, and recommend removal of the proposed shutters from the middle windows on the first and second floors facing Willow Street. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to ask if you'd like to respond to the comments we've heard.
Yeah, thank you for all the comments, and I think like this that house has been modified over time, and I think to the comments I hear, like there's a richness in the variety as well that like those changes we're providing. So this certainly a discussion to be had about like shutters, on the middle bay here, like if we keep them to create differentiation, like which seems to, because at some point there was no shutters at all. That window. Also, just I think like if historically everybody's saying it's more appropriate to lower it, I think like definitely like just there's a willingness and like to do so. But me and the client, like as the applicant and the client, like would like to work with those comments in a way that is productive, like regarding the scale of the gate as well. I hear that everybody is encouraging of the general direction of the middle gates. That to me, like again, I think the current gate sweeping and attaching completely to the carriage house on the right celebrates less the middle space, which is like to me a very important feature as much as just like the buildings themselves. And I think it has merits on that end. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any final questions, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Ginsburg.
The gates are much wider than the curb cut. Is there a reason for that? Or could you make smaller gate or gates that align with the curb cut?
It is linked to zoning reasons as well, like where like the curb cut has to be 50 feet from the corner. So
I'm not asking about the curb cut. I'm asking about the gates behind the curb cut, which seem to be much wider than the curb cut.
I see. The gates could be reduced in scale, like if you
thank you.
But yeah,
I have a question.
Commissioner Chu.
I'm trying to understand the height of the roof of the porch addition.
Mm-hmm.
And in this rendering, it appears higher than in your 2D elevation. If you could go to your drawing that's proposed.
All right. Well, so
the elevation on the street.
Yes. General proposal. You mean higher than this, right? Or
you see where this proposal drawing shows the roof between the windows?
Yes.
Go to your rendering. It looks like it's at the sill of the upper window.
Oh, I have a hard time coming back to it. Here.
See that?
Yes.
It's much higher in your 3D model. And that's a big, important topic, I think, in your proposal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to understand which one is it.
We have to re-see like our 3D model, I think here, like, so like the elevation would be the right ones.
It would impact it quite a bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you think the elevation is more accurate
Yeah.
than this?
Correct,
So
yes,
there is a little more room
yeah,
below the windows. Okay.
yes. I mean, there's a desire to have a sufficient slope for longevity of that roof as well, but like just, you know, for sure, like it does look like, I agree with your comment that like this looks a little higher. Yes.
Okay, great. If there are no other questions, commissioners, we'll move to our discussion. Okay, Commissioner Chapin, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So much.
Commissioner Holford Smith, would you second that motion? Seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion about the changes, all aspects of this house, front, back, and at the rear yard and carriage house. Commissioner Chu, would you like to start this one?
Sure. So I think overall, first of all, it is an amazingly beautiful complex here. I call it a compound because of the two structures in the court. For me, it's really the issue of scale. And I feel like the existing condition of this corner and the fact that it was converted to a residential use suggests that the fence in its scale and its character unify the two structures in a really elegant way. And I feel like the proposal is dividing them as opposed to unifying them. And the emphasis on the gate, the curb cut, everything to me is now breaking these apart. And that was a really charming quality of this existing corner. I think that if the applicant could look at reducing the roof height and proposing one that was more in keeping with the existing photo records, that would help reduce the scale of this piece in the middle. I also would recommend looking at the profile and elevation of the gate as it joins the two structures to retain the character of unifying the structures as the existing condition does, which I think is quite beautiful. And that does mean giving us a little more information about the details. How does the gate portion merge to the house portion? You're extending the house further now and incorporating that into the facade. I would like to see how that continues through the gate portion. I don't have a huge issue with the change in the window height because there is history of a move. But again, I do think you have to study the roof height and make sure you're not so tight to the underside of the windowsills like it appears now. Once again, I think it's really an impression that the porch may have been existing historically as a porch and maybe got enclosed with time, but it seems like the porch is an addition to the structure, which is a simple volume, and I don't want that to get too emphasized with the lower portion and making it out of scale. In terms of shutter color, we don't really have record of the historic colors or the paint, but I think we do know and can assume that there was more sense of contrast between the siding and the shutter, and I feel like it's a bit lost here. And I would like to see maybe a proposal that's a little more contrasting.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to jump out of order actually and come to our resident Brooklyn Heights Commissioner, Vice Chair.
Well, I didn't even have to say, why didn't you call on me first? Oh, yeah, I know it. Well, Judy Stanton, my friend and neighbor, stole my thunder by saying that the AI guide is called this the Queen of Brooklyn Heights. Well, I know we have a king two of them. In fact, number 2 and number 3, place, also called the greatest stones in the entire city. This house, as Judy mentioned, is crucially important in the district. It stands out in every single way, even among its neighbors, many of whom are made of wood in this very ancient part of Brooklyn Heights. I think it was 1828 when they changed outward wood houses, wood-funded houses. So these this house stands among several others that are also wood, but it's somehow the corner, the double nature of the two dwellings, the compound aspect is very distinctive. And therefore needs, I think, as was pointed out, very special attention to these changes. I will not opine of the aspects that let other commissioners do it. I want to say one thing, though, that if working with staff, it can be further demonstrated that the so-called stair window, the right window on this rear facade on the second floor is really pretty much proved to be original, then I would like to keep it. I think that's a distinctive aspect of federal houses of this period and should be retained. It's very visible, as you see here in this picture, and should be retained. Now that may crowd out, but maybe it won't crowd out too much. The idea of a consistent porch across the back because of the rendering being slightly inaccurate and the elevation more accurate, which would allow that to occur anyway. If that window does remain dropped down, it will, I think, inevitably a slight looking of the porch dimensions, the elevation of that porch or the slope of the roof, et cetera, et cetera. But I think that's a reasonable thing to work out. And to me, it's more important to work that out than to change the window if it's proof that the window is in the right place. I don't think, well, I like the answer that the gate can be narrowed in size. I think that's great. Good luck with the curb cut. If it doesn't really exist now, it was a little unclear to me whether it does, although I don't think it does. And I think cars are parked all along there. And God knows if there's a more difficult place in the entire city to park in Brooklyn Heights, I would like to know it. So I don't know if that is germane for the powers that be that will grant the curb cut or not, but I'm sure the neighbors will not want to give up any spot. But I understand why this owner would want access to the back. Unfortunately, I guess to store a car rather than have a beautiful garden. The final thing I'll talk about is simply the shutters. I think I understood that there's no historic record of their color. They've been that dark red for as long as I've lived in the Heights, which is over 50 years now. But that's not to say they have to be that color. My view of color is, unless it's egregiously wrong, there's a wide variety of color that can work on a historic building of this sort, and we should allow that variety to assume. This rendering makes it look awfully chic, I will say, for current standards. Maybe that's the word. And so maybe a little bit more differentiation could be brought into it, but I don't think it has to be retained as red or even as very distinctly different, just a little more than it is now. I'll let others comment.
Commissioner Lutfi. Yeah, this is a very special house in a very important location in the Heights. It's really lovely. I appreciate the study and hard work the applicant has taken and made to date, and also the applicant's openness to tweaking things. And I think the comments that we've heard already have been quite thoughtful, and I agree with most of them. So I actually agree with pretty much everything. So I just want to reiterate a few things that I think are important. So thank you, Stephen, for calling out that crowdedness in the rear facade in the
in this view that we're looking at versus the drawings. Because that was kind of sticking with me a little bit. It seemed like it was just too tight, and certainly if there's going to be an adjustment in the height of that window on the right, there would need to be more height or more space between the two, or it's not going to work. And I'm an advocate for working with staff to study that a little further, and then make whatever adjustments might be necessary. It's not going to detract from this project. It's only going to enhance it. And it's going to speak to the history of the building, which I think we all appreciate. I'm happy that the windows on the side are going to be reopened. I think that will be, wonderful. And I agree with the idea of, lightening up and making smaller this fence on the side. It does seem a little imposing when you look at the sort of the weight of the two buildings here. I don't have a problem with shutters. And I think Fred made a good comment at the fact that, in a way, this sort of monochrome idea makes it look a little more up to date and modern. But I do also think there should be just a little bit of contrast. I don't think it should be a huge contrast based on what you're trying to achieve. And I think it could look lovely. So I would work with staff on that as well.
I've been granted 2 more seconds. What did I want to say? As a sign of the importance of the school for many years, maybe still, I'm not sure. The picture of this house is what greeted anybody who came to the offices of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. I don't know if it's still up, but it was for many years. It was an example of kind of the picture of what a landmark is.
One more thing, I'm okay with the curb cut, and I agree if you can manage to get it and have the parking, go for it. I mean, parking is very difficult. And I think this is, where it is. This is a building on the side, on the corner, and it's set back a little bit. I don't think it's really too intrusive on the street.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Master.
I agree with a lot of the other comments. I'm just gonna speak on a couple things. The rear window, I think that we should explore with staff the offset positioning of the window, whether it's original and whether it should be slightly offset or, remain where it is. In terms of the shutters, again, I think we should work with staff to look at some type of contrast in the shutters. And finally, I just want to say that if you guys can get your curb cut, then, I think that's acceptable too. I've had my share of curb cut issues, so hopefully you can get that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson.
I find the documentation of this project very interesting. So I look at 1925, the actual photo, and then I go to 1922, and I see the way the documentation of the building as is, and then 1940. And then I look at, it's not moving, it went away. and it seems like the 1940 or what they have now is extremely elegant. The proportion of the wall is elegant. And going back to restoring the original 1921 wall, it's a little bit clumsy, but accurate. So there's a question here of elegance and accuracy and what we're looking for. And I'm not quite sure what I'm looking for. I think the the new addition going all the way to the end makes this wall plump. And then the other part, the window that used to be part of the stair, I think if you're going to keep this, replicate this, then the window should be there also, because then you have this kind of restoration to an originality, not elegant. The elegance is gone from the 1944, but they were looking for elegance, and now you have something else.
A good observation. Commissioner Holford Smith.
Yes, I agree with most of the comments that have been made already. I think Commissioner Chu's comments were really helpful. I think that the continuation of the horizontal siding on the gate is important to keep that sort of continuity that he was talking about, as opposed to turning the siding vertical, even though there was some precedent for that as well. I think also that the rear addition, if it's sort of more accurately depicted, which is, I think it is in the elevation, and there's more room, that we should, and do further investigation to see if that original window on the right was at a lower elevation. It should remain at that lower elevation. I think also the fenestration of the addition, which was commented on by testimony, it is pretty busy, and perhaps there is too much of it. So maybe that could work with staff to maybe have more of a header at the top, maybe make it a little bit less of a modern expression of what the porch might have been. And the shutters, I think you could do a paint analysis to see what the original paint color was. But I think something more of a contrast would be more appropriate. And I think that's it for my comments.
Commissioner Chapin.
On the issue of vertical versus horizontal, it's photos we have seem to indicate it was actually vertical, so I'm okay with that. I think I agree with others about the offset window, that the character that ought to be preserved, maybe not, doesn't have to be exactly as it is, but it's certainly the fact that there was that stair landing there, which most likely there was. And also I agree on the color of the shutters, that it should be darker. There's a wide range of colors, and they don't have to make it red, but just some other color that's going to be distinctive and as would be more typical for this kind of building. So those are my chief concerns, and otherwise I think it's quite approvable.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Goldblum.
No disagreement with the general tenor of the opinion. I'm on the side of leaving the window where it is unless it can be proven otherwise. And otherwise, I'm with the consensus.
Chair Ginsburg.
In general, I agree with a lot of the other comments. Just fairly quickly, I like the lack of regularity of the offset window, and I think we should keep it. It could be modified a little if it needed to be. I agree the shutter colors should not be the same color as the siding. There should be at least some contrast. It doesn't need to be as much as the red that's there now. And I tend to agree with Commissioner Chu that the siding, and I understand their argument that the siding should be horizontal. You should be able to reduce the size of the gates to line up more with the curb cut. And besides that, I think this can be worked out with staff.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chen.
Yeah, a lot has been said, and I think, especially starting with Fred, the institution of this important building. I think I saw the comments up from all the commissioners. I think the key for me is this gate. I mean, I think the accuracy, unfortunately, in the rendering is not good here, so it's harder to read. But I think that the proportion and the detail of this gate is critical, because that's the connector between the courtyard and the original compound. And I think so. To Commissioner Chu pointed out correctly, this is
the height and the proportions, it really needs to be there. And I leave the rest to the rest of the commission.
Okay. All right. So I think we have a consensus here to move toward an approval, but to have the applicant continue to work with the staff on some of the details here, including doing more investigation on the window. And if there is no evidence that it was ever moved, then to keep the window in its current location, which then would result in restudying the proportion and roof line of the rear addition. And that would also connect to restudying the proportion of the fence and just thinking about the right scale, sort of accurate level of the roof height, and then the right scale and proportion of both the addition and the fence to the house. And then to work with the staff on a contrasting color for the shutters. It doesn't have to be red or very dark, but some contrast. And I think that that captures most of the comments we've heard. So Commissioner Chu, would you be able to make that motion?
Sure. In the case of LPC 23-11-569-24 Middagh Street, Brooklyn Heights Historic District, a federal style house built in 1829. Application is to construct a rear yard addition, modify a window opening, paint shutters, replace a fence, and install a driveway and curb cut. Staff notes that I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of Brooklyn Heights Historic District. Staff also notes that the building and carriage house were altered in 1930s, including the removal of a porch, replacement of a fence, and enlargement of the carriage house. Recommend approval with modifications, finding that there is documentation and physical evidence of historic rear porch at the building, thereby supporting the construction of a new rear yard addition. As noted, the applicant will work with staff on the height of the roof in relation to the windows and its scale. The proposed one-story rear yard addition featuring a sloped roof with multi-light glazing will recall an enclosed porch will be typical of small rear yard additions commonly found throughout the historic district and will not overwhelm the building or eliminate the presence of a rear yard. That the installation of a window within the existing blind opening at the side facade has historic precedent and will support the symmetry of the fenestration, in that the proposed painted wood fence will closely match documented historic fence at the property which existed at the time as the former rear yard porch. That the curb cuts are common at rear yards of corner buildings throughout the historic district, and no historic paving will be removed or altered to install the proposed curb cut or the driveway behind the fence. Did I cover the points with your comments? Okay.
Yes.
We good? Well, I didn't want to read that. Okay, all right. Therefore, we recommend that the offset window opening only be raised at the sill a minimum amount necessary. Actually, if determined that it was a historic condition, that it remain where it is. And if it is not, that it needs to be coordinated with the sill dimension to the lowered roof per the rendering. And that the shutter color be changed to a slightly more contrasting color from the proposed siding color. Okay.
And we got the proportion of the fence and the roof to rear addition to the house. Covered that, right?
It is noted that the scale of the proposed addition porch and the fence were slightly overscaled, and the applicant would be restudy the height and the fence and its task of unifying the two structures as a compound. Yes.
Okay. And I think the width of the gate goes along with that. Okay, Commissioner Master, would you second that motion?
Second.
Great. John, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Vice Chair Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg. Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Aye.
Commissioner Master.
Aye.
11 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
That's approved with these modifications. So please continue to work with Michelle and team and finalize the proposal. All right, thank you.
Commissioners, if you want to visit this great place, if you're not familiar with it already, it's very near Harry Chapin Park. There is a relationship too.
All right, we're now going to move to public hearing item number 2, LPC 24-00395, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the borough of Brooklyn, block 1847, lot 78, 267 Macon Street in the Bedford-Stuyvesant Expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. This is a row house built in 1872 to 73, and the application is to construct a rear deck and create a new door opening in the rear facade. My name is Robert Roach. I'm presenting on behalf of Stevenson Roach Partners. These are two views of our building. It's at 267 Macon Street in the Bedford-Stuyvesant Historic District at the intersection of Macon Street with Throop Avenue. So we see it on the left in front. On the left in front and on the right in the back. That's at the end of a row of typical of buildings like it. We call it a bookend building for this reason. It's distinguished from those other buildings by this additional facade facing through Throop Avenue with the centrally placed bay window and the flanking bedroom, front and back bedroom windows on 2 floors. So that's another composed facade. The rear facade, though, is just like all the other ones. It's typical like they are. It's not composed. I'll talk about what I mean by that. Although you can guess from what I say about the side facade, it's only more visible than they are. On the left are the existing conditions. On the right are proposed changes, which are 3. One is the first floor or parlor floor center opening between 2 existing windows, and the other a metal deck at this level with wood plank infill, and then finally wall sconces around the openings on the on the parlor floor level around the openings. I'm going to start with the center opening and focus on that, because it's by this that we aim to compose this rear facade and make it appropriate as an in building. A bookend building. So it matches in proportion and placement other openings in the existing facade, with the one difference of its having a fully arched round head, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. It completes the center axis, which is otherwise broken by the 2 existing windows, or at the parlor level with the 2 existing windows, and it will allow this building to be slightly distinguished from the others around it. This is just another neighborhood building that has also the end of a block, a corner building, which is also distinguished from its neighbors on the rear facade, visible rear facade with a little build out and a deck as well. But to go back to our building, what's determined the shape of this opening is an existing interior niche, floor length niche. You can see it there in the upper left drawing. You can see the proposal to punch it through to the outside in the drawing next to it. We know this is original by the patterns of the brickwork, and also because there is a base molding that was returned around the inside of the niche. So it went all the way to the floor originally. Here's a drawing on the left of that niche location in relation to the exterior and exterior detail, showing different patterns of brick on the exterior wall. You can see that one edge coincides with the seam. On the right are 2 photographs, one dramatized on the right to show the different batches of brick that are on the exterior wall, either changes over time or dating originally to the beginning. But you'll notice that the opening would come right in between or right across 3 different batches of brick. So we think would even materially unify the facade just by disguising that rough break. Detailed drawings of the railing and the door. I won't stay with those. Second part is the metal deck, which is typical of decks in the neighborhood. Again, distinguished mainly by being on an in building. Measurements on the right and some photographs of a similar deck with similar detailing on the lower right. These are neighborhood buildings with first floor, parlor floor level metal decks, including our neighbor lower left at 269 Macon Street. Another detail showing the wall sconces. Ours is this is what ours will look like, but ours is shorter than this. Instead of having about
our total height is 10 inches, and I think this total height is about 15 or 18 inches. So ours has a square box. So it's close to the proportions shown in the drawing, not in the detail. Also detail of the door. And lastly, 3 views of the proposed changes from around the site. We just like to point out, the proposed changes are in keeping with the existing character and context of what's around it and subtly distinguished because this is an end building. It's a special building. We aim to make it very subtly evident as such at the end of the building as a bookend building. Thank you, and I'd like to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Lutfi.
I appreciate if this is a very simple project, which is very nice.
Sorry, did you say simple?
Yes. Yeah, it is. So I appreciate what you were saying about what's going on the inside. That's why you're proposing this door to have a round arch, but couldn't you sort of round it a little bit by having it match the windows, the arched on the windows next to it on the other side of it?
I go back to this slide because I think it simplifies the whole problem, right? Because we just see it in terms of the openings, their shapes, and their sizes. The round arch, to me, the big problem, it was great good fortune that the niche was there. The clients originally said, "Oh, could we have a door in the center here?" And we thought, "Oh no, just use the existing windows on either side." But then when we saw it and we looked at it in context of the outside, we thought actually it's perfectly proportioned. It's subtly distinguished. It's fine. It draws your attention to exactly that place in the right way, suitable for a parlor floor, and it's different enough. It's different, but it's sympathetic to those openings. I think if you have it's possible that if it's segmental, it just looks a little less, what do I want to say? Grand is a word, but also it just looks more like infrastructure, which is what the backs of those buildings look like now. And I think having a round-headed arch there gives it a full opening that importantly, crucially, isn't too big. Because I think the real threat of putting a central opening here is that you'll blow out the back wall. It has to be just the right size. And by pulling it down just a little bit from the other ones, again, just a happy accident because it's what's there. It combines a kind of grandness with almost a modesty, right? So that right at the very center, you just put a little light right above that to accent that. But otherwise, it's both composed and simple. It's both aggrandizing and a little bit self-effacing, which is what we think is right in the context here. And I just propose that the round head is part of that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Other questions? Commissioner Chu.
On the street facing facade, there is I can't tell what material is, but it looks like it might be stone band that runs horizontal right there. How does that align with your proposed steel balcony?
Sorry, I have to scrutinize. There's the band.
It's a little higher.
It's a little higher. And I just have to say about the deck that we're very tight on the deck with clearances above and below and where we can attach it to the wall. We don't have a lot of room there I'd love to get it aligned and have it be just a continuation. We can try to do it, but as I recall the way it's designed, it has to be exactly where it is.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, on the back, you've got some lighting. Is that kind of typical of the backyards in this area? Or, kind of, I see you've got a stair there so that I could see that. You feel there's a need for that much lighting on the back? And just, if you could just address that.
I propose it's a little fancier than what you would see on these typical rear elevations. That's part of our general aim to make this a facade that's appropriately visible. And there are 3 of them. Sorry, I have to clarify. You see, there's a little rectangle that's out of place there. That's a vent for the exhaust that was approved under separate application. It's bronze finished, so it will match the finishes of the lamps. So for the lamps, we can either do 2 on the ends, or we can have 3 and have another one in the center. And to subtly mark and ornament the center, we think the 3rd one is appropriate.
Okay.
So is it a little more light? Possibly. So are they a little bit different in character? Yeah, probably. You know, we're aiming to give this thing a rear facade.
Okay.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Jefferson.
A question about the niche. The niche. Is it the only niche in this building, or that's the only one, or there niches on all the other walls, or others?
No, it's the only one in this room.
Okay.
There's a stair niche on the 2nd floor. And this was we didn't uncover this until we started construction. So it was covered over, and it's hard to see, but you can see right on the base molding where they cut across with some kind of sheetrock or something later.
Oh, thank
you. But we think the whole wall is 3 wides thick. The arch is 2 wides, and then you have the other wide. So it's original to the construction of the house.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, let's move to public testimony and see if we have thoughts that we might have more questions after that. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this item? All right, noting that there isn't, I'm going to turn it over to Gregory to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. If you would like to speak on this item, please click the raise hand button so I could call on you. Okay, so our first hand raised that I see is Ellen Miller. So Ellen Miller, I will be promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please state your name for the record and unmute your line, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you. Hello, Ellen Miller, are you with us? Okay, I'm not seeing her anymore. So I also have Christina Conroy from the VSNY. Christina Conroy, if you would like to speak on this item, could you please click the raise hand button so I know that you're with us? And there we go. Okay. So Christina Conroy, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Christina Conroy for the Victorian Society, New York. Now, this application has 2 components. The construction of the rear deck at the parlor floor level with the exterior stair leading to the garden, and also the construction of a round-headed door opening leading to that deck. Both would be visible from Throop Avenue. The Victorian Society supports the construction of the rear deck and exterior stairs. The new construction will not conceal any significant historic features on the secondary facade. It is easily reversible. It is detailed in a simple manner, and wood decks framed in metal are a typical addition to row houses in this and many other historic districts. However, we do not support punching a very visible, eye-catching, round-headed door opening through this facade. This is a classic example of designing from the inside out. The applicants have discovered an interesting architectural feature in this parlor floor room, a round-headed niche. However, the photographs they've provided, which they cite as possible evidence that there is an exterior door in this location, appear to be nothing more than evidence that this 150-year-old facade has been repointed several times. The designation report states that 267 Macon Street is one of Italianate row houses built in 1872 to 73 for the same owners. The rear facades of 5 of them are visible in the photos. All have the same window pattern, a pair of windows at the parlor floor, and 3 windows at the 2nd and 3rd floors. All of the visible windows have segmented arched heads. None have round heads. We believe this window pattern is a significant unifying feature of the row, which should be maintained. We urge the commission to direct the applicant to modify the proposal. The round-headed opening must be eliminated. Access to the deck can be provided by dropping the sill in one of the existing windows and installing a door in the modified opening. An example of this minor modification can be seen in the adjacent house at 269 on the elevation drawings and the photo boards. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Okay. I see that Beryl Nyack from Brooklyn Community Board 3 is an attendee. Beryl Nyack, if you are with us and if you would like to speak, please raise your hand. Okay, so Beryl Nyack, I will be promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. Beryl Nyack, Assistant District Manager for Community Board 3. I will be reading the board's recommendation. Based on the committee's observation on the plans for the following, adding opening in the middle of the 2 rear windows on the panel level, adding a metal deck to the parlor level, the need to remove the rear yard fence and replace will the render opening in a single arch. The architect proposed no eyebrow lintel. Interior existing detail will be made into an exterior door. The deck material is to be treated wood sitting in the metal frame. Based on the proposed alteration, will not significantly impact the district form and character and are aligned with historic characters of the district. Therefore, with due consideration, the committee observation resolves to support the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness for an existing residential building at 267 Macon Street, Brooklyn, New York, 11216. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any further hands raised. I see that Ellen Miller is back in the attendees list. Ellen Miller, if you would still like to speak, feel free to raise your hand now. Okay, no further hands are raised, so I will bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to ask if you'd like to respond to any of the comments we've heard.
Yes, thank you. Can I ask for clarification of the community board's letter, specifically concerning the arch, because that's what I'm going to be talking about.
Gregory, maybe if we have the letter in our folder.
Yes.
I think this is the resolution, yeah.
The proposed alterations will not significantly impact the district's form and character are aligned with historic character of the district. Therefore, with due consideration, I'll go back up. The plans include adding opening in the middle of the 2 rear windows of the parlor level, adding metal deck to the parlor level, need to remove the rear yard fence and replace, will render opening in a single arch. Architect proposes no eyebrow lintel. Interior existing detail will be made into an exterior door. Deck material is to be treated wood sitting in a metal frame. Sorry. To install.
Is it after the therefore be it resolved?
Therefore, with due consideration to committee observations, Brooklyn Community Board 3 resolves to support the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness for an existing residential building at 267 Macon Street, Brooklyn, New York, 11216.
So it doesn't, can we clarify what it did say something about the segmental arch.
It says no eyebrow window, but I don't think that is in reference to the arch, and I don't think they are saying anything about the arch. I just want to clarify that and make sure everyone else knows that they are endorsing it with the round arch.
Oh, I see. So they're saying no segmental.
No, they say no eyebrow lintel, but they could be, I can't remember if it came up in our discussion in October. eyebrow I usually think of as something in a roof, but they could be saying they don't require it to be segmental. I'm not sure, but what I do recognize that they're not saying is that it can't be round. They're not saying that. In other words, they don't have an objection to it being round, right? That's what I hear from the letter. So I'd like to address again this question of it's being round. And so I return to this slide. You know, I propose that the main difference here between this building and the other buildings on the block is that this building is at the end. It's already been made special by having an additional facade, which clearly was treated as special because it's composed. It has a center bay and it has flanking upper bedroom windows on 2 floors. That's a composed facade. It has only one uncomposed facade. And I don't think that's right for this building at the end. It's highly visible. It doesn't have to be exactly like the others. This scheme to give it a center opening on axis completes a center axis, which is otherwise suspended on the parlor floor, which I propose wasn't ever designed to be visible. I think it was just designed like any of the others, but it's on the end. So it's in fact special by virtue of its placement. And I think we ought to acknowledge that. I just will mention, you know, because I think when we're used to seeing round-headed arches with side arches that are lower than it, right? That's the Palladian schema. But the English architect Inigo Jones very often used this very same schema. He used it on the Queen's House in Greenwich, where there's a central arch opening that's lower than 2 segmental windows. And of course, that's in the center of a composed facade. So again, that's what we aim to do here. I think it's going to look, we'd be happy to present the alternative, but I think with a segmental opening, it's going to look crowded, actually. I think it depends on its slight differentiation to look correct. And it's a happy accident that it's punching through from the interior because I think it's the right shape on the exterior. I think it's as a design, the right shape on the exterior as a composition. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, commissioners, I think we should move to our discussion. Commissioner Holford Smith, would you make a motion to close the hearing? And Commissioner Jefferson, would you make a motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. And so this is an end house, so it has a visible rear. So we are looking at both the deck and the new window opening or door opening on the rear facade that leads onto the deck. And of course, on corner houses, we have approved the installation of decks into the rear yard. That is a somewhat typical feature as you look into the rear yards. And we've also approved modifying window openings at the floor that leads onto the deck. So, I think the question before us is this particular deck and this particular window opening. Commissioner Master, would you like to start this one?
Sure. I think there's really 2 issues here. One is the deck, the metal deck with the railing, and then the opening. In terms of the deck, I think that it's typical of what we see in this neighborhood, and it's pretty plain. So I think it is appropriate. In terms of the arched opening, I think that's a more interesting question. I guess the issue would be that it doesn't match the fenestration of the other nearby houses. And yet at the same time, I think the architect makes a very important argument that it might be original to this building, and it is a corner building at the end. So it would make sense that it would be unique. I'm curious to hear what the other commissioners say, but I'm sold that if it is indeed an original opening, with that arched and going all the way down, I think it's a happy circumstance and I can find it appropriate.
So, and I think it's an original interior feature.
Okay.
He's made the argument that as an end building, it can be unique, and to add it to the rear, it's still deferential to the existing fenestration pattern. Commissioner Jefferson?
The rear deck, I think, it's appropriate, and I think the proportion of it is a little thick, but it's appropriate. In terms of the new door, I think in the context, and I like the round arch, but in that context, it doesn't work very well for me. It starts off with it's a corner building, and starting off with that powerful an image, a difference is too much for my
Commissioner Holford Smith?
Yes, I agree that the deck is appropriate. If they can make it align with the brownstone trim, that would be great. I also have issues with the round head arch, new opening. If you look at the photo of the whole row, I understand that this is the end building, which has a designed end wall, but it's the pattern of the fenestration is identical on all of these buildings. And I think introducing a third opening at this location is not really appropriate. And I think they could take one of the existing windows and drop the sill to gain access to the deck.
Yeah, and I would say that recently we saw another corner building where there was the same condition. It was 3 windows above and 2 windows at the parlor floor. At the corner, we allowed them to do 3 window openings. So we did allow them to differentiate at the parlor floor from the rest of the row. But it was a different proposal, the 3 windows related to the windows above. So if that helps provide context for anyone. Okay, Commissioner Chapin.
Well, I'm okay with the deck, and I also think that it's okay, given the history and the need here, for them to create a central opening there. I too feel that even though it's the end of the row, and I was sort of saying, well, it's the end of the row, and it's obviously a design, that maybe there's another solution that's a little more like the current window. The configuration at the top that would make it call less attention to itself. I'm not an architect, so I'm interested in hearing what the other architects suggest about this, but I think some modification would be a good idea, maybe working with the staff, but I'm okay with an opening there and an extended opening.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum.
Well, I actually think that the arch is okay. It's appropriate. I mean, I agree that it's awkward in a kind of a design sense, but I think we allow for rear facades to have a modicum of variation more than we do on front facades, even as you noted on rear facades that are visible from the street. I would imagine that had they come to us with the request to make a double height glazed rear facade opening, we would have said yes. And so by that degree, I think that this is more modest. And I think that its awkwardness for me, it's kind of like this the house that we just looked at from the Queen of Brooklyn Heights. It's the kind of thing that makes you ask. It makes you curious and say, well, how did that get there? It's kind of interesting. And I think that we don't cover what happens on the inside of the house, but I think that, and I don't buy the argument that this was an original opening. But even so, I think it's an interesting artifact that kind of brings the inside out in a historically engaging way. And I can therefore live with it, and I think the deck's fine too.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
I think the deck expansion is fine. And just looking at this, and I will lean on with the other commissioners because I think this may be a minority view. I wouldn't put in that center window because if on that floor, the 2 windows are closer together and it really feels squished in there. And so I'd prefer just to leave the 2 existing and drop one of the sills down to make the door.
Commissioner Chen.
This is a very interesting discussion. I think strong point that he thinks that this is, to Michael's point about whether this is more modest or attention to itself. I was thinking about what Commissioner Brian Chapin said earlier about that if you have a segmented arch window, there's odd by depressing it, and so by extension, the question about the lighting, that by extension, that center overhead light will have to be dropped to a lower point. So
not to confuse the discussion even another even further, I would defer to the majority to see what you need to do.
But just to clarify, Commissioner Chapin, I think you were saying a segmentally arched opening that matched the height of the other two openings. And then that might mean not having the third light fixture, right? Were you talking about keeping it at its height or lowering it to align with the other two?
If it can serve its purpose, I would be fine with lowering it, is the answer.
Okay, so matching the shape, but not necessarily the head height. Okay.
Yeah, it would be okay if it, as I said, I'm kind of looking for some guidance from some of the architects here as to what kind of works. I think this looks okay, by itself, as Michael was saying. And so I could even go along with it as it is. But I sort of felt like, it might improve it to have it a little more resonating with the existing windows, if that was possible. So anyway.
Okay, Vice Chair Glenn.
Well, here comes my perhaps from an architect. First of all, I want to applaud the applicant for holding his ground and giving us a good retort of why he thinks this is appropriate. And the architect who comes and quotes Indigo Jones is captured pretty much right off the bat. But not really captured by him in Brooklyn in a later century. But I think the proportions here of what we're really talking about, this is a very persuasive argument for me. The fact that it is the end condition, the fact that it was or wasn't, I don't really care whether it was originally popped through or just on the interior. As Commissioner Goldblum has said, if we come with the whole thing replaced with glass, we probably would have figured out how to improve it. And he's not doing that. So I think this is a very elegant solution. It is different from the rest of the row. I have no problem with that, even if it was never there before. And I just think it's an elegant solution. The end condition, we'll see it. And as somebody else has said, you can see it and say, gosh, how did that get there? And kind of wonder about it. In other words, it's not just another generic solution, which I also like a lot. Anyway, so I'm all in favor of it.
Okay. Commissioner Lutfi.
Well, I actually think it's actually very visible. And the fact that it's on the end and is kind of the doorway to what you can see beyond, and you can see everything beyond it as well. I think for me, makes me want to feel thoughtful about what the solution is here. And the fact that these windows don't really line up all the way, door openings don't line up all the way, from top to bottom of the building is something to think about as well. I do happen to agree that no matter what the shape of this door is, it does look a little squished. So in the ideal world, I think it would be better if one of the windows came down and became a door. That said, I am open to adding a third panel, but look, we have a door at the base of the building with a segmental arch, and I feel like that's what's going on this building, and from a rhythms and standpoint and everything else, it should match. So I would do that. I also feel like, and I don't know if we're addressing the lighting, but I feel like the light above the door is a bit much and should come out. And the applicant should work with staff about what the light should be, whether or not that is sort of the appropriate light given, this building.
Okay. All right, and Commissioner Chu.
I think that of the two proposed items, the porch is acceptable. I would like it if it could have some relation to the horizontal banding on the existing facade. Also, just to make sure that it's pulled in from the corner and doesn't come all the way to the corner. I don't really have any issue with celebrating an end of the block house and giving it attention. I think what I'm struggling with, based some of the other commissioners are too, is how appropriate that actual move is. There's an intentionality on the existing facade's beautiful bay window on that end that's decorative and projects and really gives you something to look at. I feel like they didn't put a window there because of the proportions. I can definitely see this play of more mass down at the bottom, and it's played out on the end facade as well, celebrating the more openings in the upper two floors. That would confuse that, but I do think that the thing that it just feels a little foreign to me. It doesn't feel like it's working with the existing facade proportion and geometry. And I just feel like there's not enough meat in that portion of the facade to put another opening.
All right. We are sort of split on round, segmental, and nothing pretty evenly, but I do think that if those who supported the round opening as proposed could also support a segmental, we could take an action to do a segmentally arched opening. So it's if you would, Fred and
all on my sword.
Angie. Okay, all right. So I think we can do that. We'll approve the deck and we'll approve the window door opening with a segmental arch.
Is that a segmental arch down low or a segmental arch up high?
Yeah, I think
That's the answer.
Diane, you were one of the ones, and Gerardo, I think you also felt it should have a segmental arch to relate to the others. And so do you think it should relate in height, or do you think the segmental arch open?
Well, I was confused. I think I would go with it.
You like the round. Okay.
I've been convinced.
All right.
Could make it any easier.
Well, it actually does tip the balance to the round. I think
Okay.
the majority as well. Okay. All right. So I think in the end, then we have enough to do it as is.
Okay.
Can I make a comment? If we agree to allow the opening and we agree to allow the round, can we agree that the jam detail be slightly deeper so it calls a little more attention to itself?
Or we can say that they can work with the staff on the details.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
In the matter of LPC 24-00395, 267 Mason Street, a row house built in 1872-73, application is to construct a rear deck and create a new door opening in the rear facade. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Clinton Hill Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate or damage any significant architectural features, that the proposed deck, which will be visible at this corner building, will be simply designed and typical in terms of placement, size, material, and finish, that the removal of a limited amount of plain brickwork at the rear facade will not significantly reduce the solid to void ratio or detract from the historic character of the simply designed rear facade or adjoining street facade, and that the material, finish, and predominance of glazing will help the new door harmonize with the fenestration pattern at the house and row. And that the applicant will work with the staff to fine tune the opening as well as the deck.
Right. And the specifically the details of the jam on the new opening, on the new door. All right, Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. John, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Vice Chair Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Aye.
Commissioner Nestor.
Aye.
11 in favor, 11 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay. All right, that's approved. Thank you. And I do want to just recognize Joe Urso here, who didn't really say anything today, but has been with us for a while. This is his first public hearing presentation. So welcome. We're glad to have you on board. All right, thank you.
All right, we'll move to the next item. It's public hearing item number 3, LPC 23-11767. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, block 1686, lots 37, 40, and 42. 340 Malcolm X Boulevard, aka 340 to 344 Malcolm X Boulevard, and 188 to 202 Bainbridge Street in the Bedford-Stuyvesant Expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. It's a commercial building designed by Tobias Goldstone and built in 1921, and a store and flats building designed by Morris Rothstein and built in circa 1923, both reclad and modified post 1980 as a church and an empty lot. The application is to demolish the existing buildings and construct a new building.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Alexander Zhitnik. I'm the principal of the Architecture PLC, and I'd like to present to you our new project located at the corner of Malcolm X Boulevard and Bainbridge Street in Brooklyn. So this is a corner site, and it's approximately 60 feet on Malcolm X and approximately 125 feet on Bainbridge Street. So this slide shows the location of the project. As a corner L-shaped site. Here you can see the existing conditions at the site itself, slide number 1, and across the streets, slide number 2. Those are the buildings across the street from Malcolm X Boulevard. Slide number 3 and 4 is marked on the site plan. Those are our immediate neighbors. Slide number 6, the building on the left, the 2-story building, is our immediate neighbor. And then number 5 is a brownstone, and number 7 is the old school, which was converted into residential building some time ago. Number 8 is our neighbor on Malcolm X Street. Number 9 is our neighbor across Malcolm X Boulevard, across the street. So slide 10 and 11, they show existing buildings to be demolished at the site. This is the present condition of the site, where the most of it is an empty space. This is a representation of the historic district itself. We just show a few examples of the buildings in this historic district, the typology of those buildings. This slide represents how the different elements in the neighborhood refer to the design proposal we created here. We can get back to this slide a little bit later. This is indirect relevance, I would say. So this is the aerial view of the proposed building, proposed project. The main design intent, as you can see on the Bainbridge Street, which is much narrower street than the Malcolm X, and it has very brown stone character, is to break 125 feet of frontage. And those segments will relate in proportion to the traditional brown stone. And by doing so, we actually reduce visible scale of the project and create this relationship with the neighborhood. So this is another aerial view from the Bainbridge Street towards Malcolm X intersection. The same view from pedestrian point of view. Here we can see that the segment which is closest to our neighbor is actually recessed more than the rest of the project. We're actually aligning with the existing building there. This is the view from the Malcolm X Boulevard towards the intersection. The corner volume a little bit higher, it signifies the intersection, and it also relates in mass to the building across the street, to the existing building across the street. This view is the other direction from the Malcolm X Boulevard. This slide represents relationship between proposed project and the Malcolm X Boulevard immediate neighbor. And we can also see behind the immediate neighbor a small portion of the project which is visible from the street, which is distant there. So this slide shows that we propose to enhance the section of the street by setting back our building from the existing property line, and also by setting back the first floor even more and creating this green belt and effectively widening the street that enhances the pedestrian experience of the street. This is the opposite view from Bainbridge from pedestrian point of view. This is another view from Bainbridge Street, from across the street. This slide represents actually existing large trees that are present in there. On this slide, we wanted to show that the facade is actually saturated with the brickwork details and metal details. Those are the elevations of the project on both streets. You can see, for example, that there is a significant slope on Bainbridge Street. The difference in elevation between the right side of the site and the left side of the site is almost 2 feet. And it continues to slope down on Malcolm X Street. These are the rear and side elevations. Facade details and materials used. Local section. And then, I'm sorry, the site plan. And then we wanted to show a few axonometric views of the project with the zoning analysis. And the floor plans. Floor plans that incorporate on the first floor self-parking parking garage for 21 cars. And 1 and 2 bedroom apartments upstairs. So I would like to mention a couple of things here, since we went through this whole presentation now, that this project is located in 2 zoning districts. The one 25 feet away from the neighbor on Bainbridge Street is an R6B, and 100 feet from the corner is an R6A. which is a much higher density district that allows us to do a higher 7-story building. The decision was made to work with the R6B zoning district height limitations to be more sympathetic to the neighborhood, to the height of the buildings across the street on Malcolm X. And this presented a significant challenge because I had to distribute the allowable floor area within existing footprint, which had to grow larger. And this was the result of this is a unique floor plan design that I can show you that will maybe may look unusual. For example, as you can see on the site plan, the rear of the building has this an extension or leg that houses a 1-bedroom apartment in it on 5 floors. So this was the solution for for keeping the building low, as low as possible. We also set back voluntarily on the level of the 5th floor on Bainbridge Street. We set back for the full width of the building, apart from the corner element, and created private terraces that, as you can see on the section at west elevation, this creates an additional effect of lower building at the brownstone Bainbridge site. And the recessed portion is cladded in standing seam steel material, which refers to traditional mansard elements, which can be seen here on this slide, for example, as a reference. And now I think it's a time for us to go to the first slide, which shows the reference to the neighborhood elements here. As you can see, for example, the mansard element does exist in this neighborhood. This is a middle slide on top. And then the projecting volumes that are suspended above the first floor, they do refer to some bay window elements on the lower left corner, double height that do exist in the neighborhoods as well. The fence and the greenery on the first floor, which is the widening of the street with the windows directly behind it, refers to the slide on the lower right corner. The proposed balconies and steel railings refer to fire escapes in the neighborhood also, which is directly across the street from us on Malcolm X. And the cornice elements are very typical for Brooklyn brownstone, was interpreted by us as a cornice gesture made out of brick, as can be seen here. So the brickwork is a very essential part of this design. So that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioners, do we have questions? Yes, Commissioner Halford Smith.
I understand that the site is very sloped, but can you explain why you made the decision to have the building drop down 2 steps with ramps as opposed to having it come in on grade?
The challenge here is that because we decided to keep the lowest height limitation of the project, the total height of the building is being calculated based on the base plane, which is an average of this entire slope. So we essentially have to fit the building within 50 feet, which is very difficult to fit 5 floors within 50 feet. So we did establish our first floor elevation at the base plane. And this brings us to roughly middle of the site. Actually, not middle of the site, because we actually have to calculate all around the corner where the slope continues. And if I would match our entry elevation with the grade, I would not have enough height for 5 floors in the building.
And the row houses on the street, they also have a partial below
Yes.
grade basement. And
That's right.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
Who's going to maintain the green space in the front?
This project is designed as a condominium, so the condo association will have to take care of this.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, on the individual sort of, I'll call them townhouses, you have a very developed cornice, and on the corner building, which typically with the corner buildings you were showing would have a pretty prominent cornice. I mean, you have a deep enough one perhaps, but it's I guess just a part of your design feature that it's less developed, I would call it, or detailed maybe. Would you just discuss your treatment of the top of the corner building and how you see the corner building generally as having a prominence in the streetscape?
All right. Although in our approach, the entire project has to be perceived as a coherent structure in one kind of style and character. We saw the corner element as a different kind of animal from the brownstone segments which live on the Bainbridge side. It's also different in scale, different in height, and different in character, because it also signifies a meeting of this very nice and intimate Bainbridge brownstone street with rather heavy traffic and commercial and much wider Malcolm X Boulevard. So this corner element and its little extension on the left on Malcolm X Street is a different building. It's not a different building, it's a different accent, I would say, on the corner. We intentionally didn't want to replicate the cornice from across the street because we see this volume as a more, I would say, more up-to-date, postmodern even element, which should be cleaner. We are still trying to make an up-to-date architecture. I don't want to say modern because there are many connotations to this. We're trying to create today's architecture without simply mimicking of what exists in the neighborhood. We are trying to reinterpret it in our way. So, for example, if you can see that the corner element even on Malcolm X Street, but it will be more visible on Bainbridge, it still has up to the 4th floor the pattern of the windows that resembles the brownstone elements on the other street. But the top windows, they are larger, and they refer to the mansard portion of the building there. So this corner element is, as I said, is a focal point, is an accent of meeting of two streets, and also it's not a direct replica of the existing condition.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg.
Just, is this building all electric, and are you doing anything above base energy code requirements?
It is an all-electric building, yes. It's a very well-insulated building. Usually, whatever we do today exceeds the requirements of the energy code today. It's also all HVAC heated and cooled building. So it's all split system units.
Thank you.
And we also have a very large green roof, as you could see, because this, what I haven't mentioned, the corner of the Malcolm X, that corner element on the first floor, it's a recreation space, actually. It's a communal recreation space. So the main roof is, or most of it will be a green roof, which also contributes to energy.
Okay, Commissioner Jefferson.
On slide 12, you have a linear building and the head, and then you, at the end, the tail, you make it smaller and you make it
Roberto, can you get to
back.
slide 12?
Yeah, 1 second, please. I'm going to hear it. Yeah, right.
You make it push back. And when I saw it the first time, I thought perhaps he's trying to line it up with the existing fabric. of the two buildings there, but it doesn't align. And then I thought, is he trying to align it with the tower in the back? And which one is it?
Okay, actually, maybe we should go to the site plan to see the alignment. I'll be quickly. It's right here. So in general, our property line is the most upper edge of this greenery on the first floor you could see. The entire building sets back 4.5 feet from our property line already by creating a natural widening of the street.
Yeah.
And then the most left portion of the building, up to 25 feet, where it's adjacent to the neighbor, sets back additional, I think it's around 5 feet, additional 5 feet. So we do align with the neighbor on the left, with immediate neighbor, because as you can see, the tallest school actually projects back towards the property line. And then our building goes forward another 4 feet. That's the line.
So there's variety on the street. So, and then there is variety within this building. So one piece steps back to align with the adjacent house. Forward.
At the same time, so we understand it better, that the first floor, which is more set back above, below those three elements which are hanging over it, the first floor is aligned with immediate neighbor on the left.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, let's see if we have public testimony. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, I'm going to turn it over to Gregory to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We received a few sign up beforehand for this item. So if you would like to speak on this item, please click the raise hand button now so I could see. Okay, so the first person we'll be hearing from is Beryl Nyack from Brooklyn Community Board 3. Beryl Nyack, I am promoting you to panelist right now. So if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Beryl Nyack, Community Board 3. So the committee's comments, the balconies on the Malcolm X Boulevard side should be moved to the southern side of the building or be recessed, softening the street edges with appropriate articulation, improve the facade on the Malcolm X corner with its setback, express materiality and strengthen the corner design. A complete cornice should wrap around the sides of the building on Malcolm X Boulevard, strengthening the cornice and material and color. Round or angle the corner. The profiles on Bainbridge Street should be reflected on components of the Malcolm X side of the building. Consider changing the 5th floor spandrel to charcoal color, like the third and 4th floors, to create a vertical element. The proposed building is situated within an historic district and it borders another. It is the largest new building to be created within the historic district in Bedford-Stuyvesant, and it should be more reflective of its context. The stark modernist approach to the design and the proposed building's bulk are objectionable. Reducing the bulk of the building may be the only appropriate solution, given that it disrupts a protective residential block and provides only luxury housing in an area where creation of affordable housing has been the goal. Therefore, with the consideration of the committee's comments, Brooklyn Community Board 3 resolves to object to the issuance of certificate of appropriateness for proposed new building located at 188 Bainbridge Street, Brooklyn, New York, 11233.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we will be hearing from Joseph Dolce. So Joseph Dolce, I will be promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, I am Joe Dolce. I am a neighbor, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Bainbridge Street Homeowners and Tenants Block Association. And I cannot find the letter that I want to be reading to you. I'm struggling with my screen. If you'll give me a second, please. We really object, well, I'll speak anyway. We really object to this building on many grounds. This is an award-winning green block. We have won greenest block in Brooklyn about 6 times. We're nominated every year. The block itself has a strong architectural inherent unity, none of which has been portrayed in the presentation or on these plans. The plans are at the far end of the block, which has been long neglected. So everybody on the block wants it developed, but we would like it developed in the style of the block. A lot of the details that the architects are proposing have really nothing to do with the Victorian style of the block, the windows, the Orioles. There are no fire escapes on our block. We also feel that the corner on Malcolm X, which is devoted to a private community space for the residents of this building, is highly misguided. We feel that it should be a commercial zone. Malcolm X is a very vibrant block. There's a potential for great commerce there, and also it increases the safety of the neighborhood. Closing it off to a private residence feels inappropriate. There also seem to be squeezing 5 floors into an area that's about the height of 4, which we have also objected to. Many of the details in the building feel like they would be. Of this design, we would feel it feels much more generic, much more appropriate for the commercial strip on Fulton Street that is not a landmark district. This is simply not reflecting of us. The other thing that we all feel strongly about, especially those of us who have renovated our buildings, is we have been held to extremely strict standards. The colors of our windows, the shape of our doors, the materials of our doors have had to go through a very stringent process of approval to make landmark status and to get our C of Os. This building is in flagrant sort of ignorance of any of those, of any of the things we as homeowners have had to do in order to participate and be approved by this commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we'll be hearing from Perry Delfino. So Perry Delfino, I am promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carrie Delfino, and I live on the block. And thanks, Joe. That was great. Good afternoon, commissioners. I live on the block of Bainbridge Street that this building is proposed for. The current design does not show any architectural reference to any of the beautiful buildings in the Stuyvesant Heights Expansion Historic District. In reviewing the developer's presentation, I didn't understand all the buildings, the beautiful buildings in the area that they featured to rationalize the building that they designed, because it seems to not translate at all to me. Particularly those balconies are simply egregious. To use a fire escape to rationalize a balcony makes no sense at all. To use the cladding on the top floor to say mansard roof rationalizes that makes no sense at all. We all appreciate, as Joe said, that the lot is being developed, but we want it to be developed in a way that is more sensitive to the houses that surround it. Personally, I think the developer's intent to segment the building front so that it resembles the scale of individual townhomes is a positive thing, but I think the design needs to go much further than that. That's just a small thing that could be a start, but there needs to be a lot of modification to make it more sensitive to the area. as Joe also said, it's the largest new development in the district, and we really need to set a good precedent, as well as make this a beautiful building. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we'll be hearing from Christina Conroy from the Victorian Society of New York. Christina Conroy, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Christina Conroy for the Victorian Society, New York. Now, the Victorian Society is happy to support this proposal, including the demolition of several buildings significantly modified prior to designation and the construction of a new building on the site. The removal of the existing structures will not destroy any significant material. The new building's height, material, punched window openings, and detailing will recall the historic 20th century apartment buildings in this and adjacent historic districts. The different window pattern and spandrel material the applicants are proposing for the corner where Bainbridge meets Malcolm X Boulevard also recalls common corner treatments for small late 19th and early 20th century apartment houses in these districts. The alternating pattern of brick-clad bays and well-recessed balconies meaningfully breaks down the mass of the building and helps it relate to the small-scale buildings on the block. Finally, setting the top floor forward at the corner block while pulling it back in the bays which stretch along Bainbridge and cladding the top floor in metal along Bainbridge will further break down the apparent size of the structure. But we do have one suggestion and must note one potential problem which should be addressed at this time. Our suggestion: the applicants are proposing brick sills and lintels. Cast stone sills and lintels would add additional texture and detailing to these facades and result in superior waterproofing detail. We urge this modification. Also, the plans on Board 29 show that the building will have a parking garage. Any potential for exterior signage should be addressed in this proposal. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we will be hearing from Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC sees this new building as a positive example of appropriate and contextual massing, but we find the deco-inspired glass corner to be insubstantial and unrelated to the rest of the composition. We also find the brick detailing of the facade to be unconsidered. We believe the applicant should study examples of neighboring 19th century brickwork to develop a more convincing approach to these details. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we will be hearing from Lexi Tien. Lexi Tien, I will be promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so much for holding this. I'm also a homeowner on Bainbridge and would like to just speak to some of the rationale that has been behind the contextualism. I agree that the fire escapes being an argument for balconies feels very thin, as does the idea of planted areas as being another kind of inspiration that is making the building contextual. The mansard roofs and some of the other detailing does feel very out of character, but also our community hasn't been consulted, and also the parking accommodations and their ability to actually accommodate the new volume of inhabitants that are going to be in this condo is really hasn't been discussed. In addition to looking at the actual elevations of the way that the building fits next to the cafe, it literally dwarfs the thing on Malcolm X, and also is not in line at all with the two buildings that are between the house, the the school and this proposal. So would strongly urge that despite the idea of this being brownstone kind of appropriate or responding to the massing, that it's still incredibly massive, not only in its overall building form, but also in terms of the kind of crudeness, I would say, of the actual design itself. So we would strongly urge that there's either some way of actually incorporating more of the feedback from the community that will have to also live and cohabitate with the people that are on this block, and also with the huge influx of one-way traffic, parking, and all of the strain that might be put upon the local infrastructure as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we will be hearing from Omar Walker. Omar Walker, I am promoting you to panelist right now. Okay. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm also a resident of this historic district. I'm representing the 200 Jefferson Avenue Block Association, and I do share many of the comments that were made previously by many of the neighbors. This building is completely out of context with the surrounding historic district. One of the big issues I take personally as an architect is the lack of continuity with the existing street plane, historic street plane along the Bainbridge Street. In addition to the balconies are extremely egregious in their design, and they seem to lack care in the way in which they're even being considered. This is not Paris. I don't know why we're integrating balconies onto the front facades of a historic building. There is no reference or precedent for this within the district. Materials need to be reconsidered for this particular structure, as they do not relate to the surrounding historic character of the block. In addition to that, the facade, I think, may need to be revisited in terms of the way in which it interfaces with the ground as well, the ground plane. There is no reference for this within any of our historic districts, and this idea that there's some mansard roof that needs to somehow relate to, or that relates to the historic character of this neighborhood. That is not the case on this particular block. And so I think this has to be fully revisited in context within this district and within this block. And those are my comments in regards to this. I would hope that the commissioners ask them to revisit the community board to present the new design for this proposed project. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And next up, we'll be hearing from Damon Bolden. Damon Bolden, I am promoting you to panelist right now. Okay. So please unmute your line and state your name for the record. And you will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. And to the commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this public hearing. I am not an architect, so I can't speak on the aesthetics of the building, but what I can speak on are how the choice of materials, how the choice of the design has made many of our neighbors on our block feel. My grandfather used to say, neighbors make a neighborhood, make a community. I never understood that as a youngster, but I understand it now. I've lived overseas. One of the places that I lived was in Pretoria, South Africa. We had properties, but all of the properties had these humongous walls around them. And this design, while it doesn't have a lot of walls around it, it speaks to what my grandfather used to say. And one of the things that I got from talking to other neighbors and from looking at the design was that we don't feel a part of the design or the building, we as neighbors on the block. It just screams, the design, the aesthetic of it just screams that we're a part of the area, but we're not a part of the community. And so I would wish that the developers, that the architects, that they incorporate, or that they come and talk to us, come and talk to me. I can get the block association together, get some input. This community, this block, is a community of people who are very proud of their homes. The history of this area, many of the Black residents were redlined, and so they weren't able to buy properties in other parts of the city, but they were able to buy here. And so there's this pride, there's this pride, there's this gratitude, there's this feeling of having done something and having their homes and having them beautiful. There's this pride. And so this property, how it's designed, I feel is not taking into account the history of the block, not taking into account the neighbors on the block. And I just wish that the gentleman from the architectural firm, that they would be open to having a dialogue with us so that we could share some of the history of the block. We could share some of our concerns. So with that being said, I would ask that the commissioners, that they sort of table a decision, or that they allow for more time. And in the meantime, that the architects, that they meet their neighbors, that they come and talk to me, come and talk to us, so that we can give them input. And also so that they can do a study, because a study to date has not been done about the impact that this building will have on not just Bainbridge Street, but Malcolm X, in terms of parking, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of a lot of the quality of life issues. And so I thank the commission again for this opportunity and look forward, hopefully, in talking to the architects from Z Architecture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any further hands raised. So I want to, I see one additional hand raised. Molly Salas. Molly Salas, I am promoting you to panelist right now. So please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Molly Salas. I'm a resident of Bedford-Stuyvesant. I live on Willoughby Avenue. And I want to echo the sentiments of Community Board 3, as well as the Bainbridge residents and Omar Walker. I think that this building, despite its best intentions, looks frankly kind of indistinguishable from new developments elsewhere in Bedford-Stuyvesant that are not in historic districts. And I think that the architect and the developer should work to address every comment that's been made so far, and frankly, kind of start from scratch. And I hope that the commission would move to not deem a significant certificate of appropriateness today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Okay. Are there any other people who would like to testify on this? Please raise your hands. Okay, I do not see any further hands raised. So I will note that we also received 35 additional letters recommending denial from individuals. And I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'd like to ask if you'd like to respond to the comments having largely, I think, to do with design and materials and the relationship to the context.
I'll be happy to do that. Many of those comments came up in the time of discussion with Community Board, and we did make revisions, actually. We did come back and we revised a corner element and we added additional details. I'd like to mention that our office has extensive experience of work with landmark districts. And this is not the first time we're going through this process, and we have a record of projects that have actually transformed the neighborhood for good. Now, I'm a little bit puzzled because on one hand, if you noticed, the neighbors claim that we don't want to have 5-story building cramped into the height of 4-story. On the other hand, they say, so, and also at the community board meeting, I was under the impression that they want to see much taller building. I could build a 7-story building here, really. On the other hand, some other neighbors said, we want this building to be smaller. And we also heard this in one of the testimonies right now. Why don't you just recess the corner portion even more and make this recess like you have it on the Bainbridge Street? I hope that, at least that was our hope as architects, that our presentation shows that we went above and beyond to become contextual. It can be seen in the breaking down the mass and additional setback on Bainbridge Street, which we didn't need to provide. In the choice of the character and proportions of the windows, proportions of the buildings, this entire green belt on the bottom, by the way, directly relates to the green front yards directly across the street from us. And the metal work and the iron work, which is being proposed here, is very similar to the iron work across the street and right next to us. Now, in terms of materials choice, we intentionally included slide of the school that was converted into residential building. This is a limestone building, and it's a much taller building, and it sits directly on the street line where our building is set back. The building right next door to us is also a kind of a light stone building. This entire Bainbridge Street, if we look at it, it's a very eclectic street composed of multiple different private houses built at different, by the way, different times and remodeled at different times and ages. So they don't have any coherent so-called character that you can directly relate to. The samples that we presented here of the typology of the historic district, those are the samples from the historic district description book that actually signifies those examples as the worth preserving. Now, with all this being said, I agree that certain details of the project may and should be reworked, and we can revisit them. For example, the window sills or maybe the lintels could easily be limestone ones. We actually proposed limestone coping on the very top of the building, above the cornices. It's a better waterproofing detail. It's kind of a matter of choice, a matter of taste, I would say. So also, I would like to mention that the brick we're going to use here, it's not a typical brick. It's a very special, expensive limestone kind product that will look pretty much like not exactly as the school, because it's a very light and smooth limestone, but will look in the context. Now, is this building has to be dark or bright? This is also a matter of taste. It can be dark. Yes, it can be. Maybe a lighter building. Yes, it could be lighter. It's definitely up for discussion. But I only hope that everyone sees our sincere and thoughtful effort to relate to the neighborhood and do as much as possible to be contextual here. The last thing I wanted to say, there are plenty of comments that relate to parking. And the neighborhood is very concerned about parking and traffic, and they're asking for the studies about parking. I would like just to clarify, the parking requirement is not something that we are trying to fit into the building. This is the zoning requirement. We have to put this parking in the building. And the challenge here is to how to make it in such a way that it will not be intrusive. I personally think that if we provide the building with parking in it, it will take all those cars off the street. And the comment that the first floor corner space that was dedicated for community recreation space should be commercial. This is something that the developers decide how they want to treat it. The decision was made not to introduce commercial use into this building. It should be purely residential building, well maintained, without commercial. And I think the community corner space is actually a nice touch. It's a very nice, and it's maybe beneficial not only for the neighborhoods, for the residents of the building, maybe even for the neighbors as well. If they put some kind of gym or gathering hall or something, I think the entire neighborhood can benefit from it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Commissioner Ginsburg.
Is there a zoning commercial over Malcolm X Boulevard?
I have to see. I don't remember. It could most likely there could be. Yes. Bye-bye.
Good luck with that.
I don't remember.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Goldblum.
On Bainbridge, how high are the insets or the projected portions of the building relative to the sidewalk?
8 feet.
8 feet. Okay, thank you.
Right. Any
It's
other
changing because the street is sloping.
Does it ever get below 7?
No, no.
Thanks.
Any other final questions? All right, let's move to our discussion. Commissioner Master, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Chu, would you second the motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we will now begin our discussion, and we need to, commissioners, remember, first start with comments on the demolition of the existing buildings and then comments on the new building, which would include height, massing, design, materials, and details. Commissioner Goldblum, would you like to start this one?
Sure, thank you. Okay. I think as a threshold question, the demolition of the buildings on the site is appropriate. I think that doing a building in a historic district, especially one with a relatively small scale, is always tough. And it's important to remember that even though zoning allows something, that doesn't mean that that the commission would approve something at a volume or scale that's inappropriate to a district, even if the zoning permits it. That said, I think that the applicants generally handled this pretty well. I think the volume and height of the building, because it's at the end of the block, because it is adjacent to the school, I think that it can work at this general volume. I think that the move of creating these kind of projecting bays, for me, it doesn't particularly reference the townhouses much. The townhouses are all aligned. There aren't a lot of this kind of regularized rectangular projections. The block is very variegated. It has round bays. It has octagonal, typical angled bays. It has flat facades, Victorian, Georgian, federal, flatter. It's a real variety, and that's both. Again, it's a strength for the block. It makes it very charming and beautiful, and it also is. It helps the applicant because there's lots of stuff to pick from. I think, however, there's a few areas where I would suggest that they look at improving things. First, I think that the alignment of the rightmost facade on the North Bainbridge elevation is an appropriate gesture. However, I think that the rendering of it as a kind of just inset version of the rest of the building makes it look like a mistake to me. It doesn't, because I don't really buy the association of the bays with the townhouses. It's just a scaling gesture. I think that the rendering of that as kind of just a flattened version of the bays, to me, feels wrong. The material palette, I think, should be reconsidered. I think hanging your kind of contextual hat on the school is a mistake. I think the applicant should look more at the block itself, which has many finish varieties to select from, but they all seem to be relatively warm to me. Brown, red, limestone, I mean, I think making the whole building into a limestone color and finish, it feels a bit cool to me. It feels kind of off. And also from Malcolm X, it's got a kind of a warmer palette. Even the blonde or stone brick that's used there it's not as rich, let's say, as brownstone, but it is warmer than what appears from the renderings. So I think they could work with staff on looking at the material palette. That also goes for the, I guess it's a precast material down at the base and the setback areas, which are rendered in like dark gray or black. I think that those perhaps are too cool and kind of hard for this environment, which feels, like I said, warmer. I think that the comments about the brick texturing is appropriate. I think that the building, while it has some brick detailing, would benefit from additional brick detailing, especially on Malcolm X, where the striping of the adjacent buildings is very noticeable. The brick patterning in general is kind of the whole deal on Malcolm X. And so that corner element could be made more differentiated from the Bainbridge element by looking at the brick detailing and kind of enhancing the brick detailing there. In terms of the balconies, I agree that they're out of left field a little bit and that they don't really analogize. I would suggest that they'd be appropriate to cut the facade. I don't know. I think that the I didn't see that a lot. Different configurations, but they seem to all to regular kind of texture. And I think that the applicant might look at the texture side and the Bainbridge side. How either rhythm to them, or in some cases the rhythm changes as you go up, but not as you go across. So like, the townhouse, 2 doors, windows on the piano nobile, and then, the part of it, and then regular windows above. I think there's lots of things to do with the window arrangement that would help it feel less generic developer-ish and a little more contextual. And lastly, I think that the ground level development on Malcolm X, even if it is a community facility or community, internal amenity space, should be rendered as storefront so that it feels contiguous with the storefront nature of that street.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg.
I agree with a fair amount of what was just said, but I'll just give some comments. First of all, there is a commercial overlay on Malcolm X, a C2-4. However, I do understand at this point, commercial space is often a white elephant, and so there may be a reason, but I think joining the base and what Michael suggested of the storefront, even if it is residential, extra communal space beyond. I have 2 other comments and then a question which I realize can't be answered that I forgot to ask. So I'll start with the question. In this drawing, the corner has balconies. When you look at the perspective, it doesn't. I realize you can't answer that, but there seems to be some inconsistency there. You can't answer, right? But I should have asked it before. I think I actually think that the breaking up of the scale by the recesses works fairly well, but the balconies really hurt that. And I'd get rid of the balconies in those recesses so that it broke up more. And as I think about it, Commissioner Goldblum's comments on the windows, I think there's some way. What you have here is a building that in certain ways is stately and not calling too much attention to itself. And I think the balconies call attention to itself in a way I don't think are good. But playing with the windows a bit might, with the varied size, or maybe varying it so there aren't the group of two on Malcolm X, or some of those are larger windows. I'm not sure of what I don't want to design it for you, and I shouldn't, but just to do something that within this very regularly stately, do something to get a little more variation, but subtly. And so I think it's on the right track, but could use a little more work.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Chen.
Yeah, I think as when starting with the demolition, I think the demolition is appropriate. I have to commend the applicant in that they is a thoughtfully designed contextual building. And the ability that this application to break up the masses, to think about this as a 5-story building to squeeze into this tiny zoning volume is commendable. I think I agree with Michael and Commissioner Ginsburg's comment about the detailing of the windows could be working with the staff. And I commend you for the providing the green belt underneath it, that not too many projects do that nowadays. So overall, I have less issues than some. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Bland.
I also know what's been said, and I think a lot of good things have been said, and I view them in the realm of tweaking this design, which I think overall is a very sophisticated response to the context. I'm always disconcerted when there's so much opposition, particularly from neighbors to a project. It gives me pause and concern. But I think it's a difficult thing for many neighbors to accept a very contemporary building as contextual, just as a principle. I accept that. I don't personally agree with it, and I have to continue with my own viewpoints on that subject, but it does set me back a bit. But that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate this as a contextual response. In many ways, a sophisticated one as well. I don't really need to repeat some of the things that have been said. I think the balconies perhaps are a problem. Perhaps the color is an issue. The lintels, sills have been suggested already by the applicant after a response from testimony. I found, by the way, the Victorian Society position very interesting to support the project. In any way, let me kind of leave it at that. And I'm not sure we're going to vote today. Maybe we are, maybe we're not. But all in all, I want to leave the architect with the impression that I think this is a sophisticated and smart response to the problem that he's been given.
Chair Lutfi.
As has been said, it's very difficult it's a difficult charge to figure out how to integrate a new, I'm going to say larger scale, not in terms of height, but in terms of width and wraparound into a community that is essentially low scale. And it does require a lot of thoughtfulness. And I think there has been a lot of thoughtfulness applied and consideration applied to this project. There is no question that the buildings that are there are not contributing. They've been altered significantly, and in a way they have been a mar to the streetscape of this community. And sometimes what happens is you get so used to seeing that when it disappears,
or the fact that that is going to change seems jarring, and the idea of bringing in something new that potentially could enhance the environment is hard to digest. You know, the status quo is always, you know, easy to deal with. I think that I really appreciate the fact that the applicant has tried to break down this mass by having it set back. And, you know, it's not a brownstone. It's not a townhouse. I don't think the building's trying to be. I think what it's trying to be is a little respectful and sympathetic to what's there and speak to it from an architectural standpoint. And I think that it does. And so when I look at it, even though it takes up a bit of space, it doesn't feel like it's overwhelming. And I think the use of materials has been very smart. And I especially think, you know, setting back that higher floor and using the gray standing seam metal was a very smart idea because it's very recessive and you just don't, I don't know why it's just really not working, but it's bothering me. So I'm not having a problem with the rhythm of the windows, that they're double instead of singles. I think it is fine to work with staff on it to see if there's something else to be done. I like the fact that the building sets back at the base and that the sidewalk widens and that there's greenery there. That happens in many neighborhoods where apartment buildings are, and I think it's a great addition to the neighborhood. And it's attractive to the streetscape. Thought the idea of maybe making, I think it's wonderful to have a community amenity in a building. And I applaud the applicant for doing that. I think Michael's suggestion of saying maybe that should read a little more as a storefront is a good one, just to kind of call it out. And also, if there's going to be activity inside, it's sort of nice to see that activity. It brings vibrancy to the street. I liked the idea of, you know, from a materiality standpoint and also from a solidity standpoint of changing the sills of the lintels to limestone. When it comes to the, I'm happy to buy into this idea of the balconies relating to the fire escapes. And in fact, fire escapes project from buildings. Many buildings are actually, or some buildings that are actually these days looking to eliminate their fire escapes. I think I wouldn't recommend recessing these because then there's no purpose for them. And I would hate to have a balcony that's shrouded in, that has no sunlight coming in. So maybe they should come off the building, but I'm okay if they stay. I'm okay with them. It's a nice amenity and there aren't that many of them and they break up the facade in a different way. I think the height change in the building with the on the Bainbridge side where it's a little lower and then it steps back so that it speaks a little more to the lower buildings works well. And I think at the corner where it's a little higher, I think the corner can take it and I'm okay with that. And I think I covered everything.
I think so. Okay, Commissioner Chu.
Okay, I think that overall, I appreciate the massing that was studied and the breakdown. You emphasized that a lot in your presentation, that a big part of the design was to reduce the sense of mass. I think that general, you were successful. I think it is appropriate considering the corner site and also the larger scale other corners that exist there now. Specifically, I think that the smaller scale, I guess they could be called townhouse scale facades, do, I think, help break the scale down a lot. And I appreciate your loss of some square footage by recessing that area to make those project. I do feel a little bit that the balconies, by coming out even further, diminish what you created in this scenario by having those come forward, the limestone brick facades come forward. So I do think it could be simplified to that extent. I also think that the ground floor recess is nice along Bainbridge, but I do feel that the corner feels a little, could be more welcoming. If I look at the corner condition on this intersection, that corner feels, and I can see that you made an effort to ground that corner, which is fine, and I understand that, but I do think that some more generous corner, maybe asymmetric corner opening with a little canopy or something, might give it a greater sense of addressing the pedestrian scale. The colors of the material palette, I would agree with Commissioner Goldblum's comments that the character of this area is a warmer brick, and this is very bright. It looks very bright in the context, and it stands out. Its mass is already quite large. I don't think it necessarily needs that extra attention. And I would say that I also agree with Commissioner comment about the community being opposed to it, and that does make me feel a little, think about it again as well. There seems to be a lot of feeling that it is foreign. And I do sense that there's a lot of developments like this. There are lots of tasteful developments, and I think you've done a tasteful design here that are throughout the city, and they do tend to look similar to each other. So to that, if there were something you could look at in terms of, again, the material brick color in context and detail. Commissioner Goldblum also raised, which I also noted quite clearly in the images, that there's a very strong horizontal even banding that goes across many of the larger scale buildings on Bainbridge. And it is kind of give a character to that street. You might consider that might give this a more crafted touch that may get you a lot in terms of detail and slight articulation just with light, because it'll do a lot. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Master.
Yes, I want to commend the applicant and the architect. I can tell that you did a lot of work on this in terms of trying to be contextual. I also want to applaud you for, taking the two zonings and limiting the building to 5 stories. In terms of demolition, yes, I think it's appropriate to demolish what is there. And in terms of the volume and the massing, I think that in general, it's appropriate. In terms of the design features or the fine tuning, I will defer to the other commissioners, especially the comments from Commissioner Goldblum.
Okay, Commissioner, yes.
That I also noticed that in some of the views, and thank you for providing all these angles, is that the return party wall seemed a bit jarring with the brick finish on the 2 facades, then the sudden break, because the scale of the neighboring existing building is so small. I see so much party wall that it feels very 2-dimensional and a little too facade treatment when you see that big break.
Yeah, well, and I do think the material on that side wall is ephes, and so it might be worth restudying the material.
Correct.
Scale.
I would recommend
Yes.
this
We would recommend.
because it's from an energy perspective, a very good solution. But I sorry,
It
I
is from
think
an energy.
breaking that blank wall up a bit with some sort of pattern might help reduce the mass of the building.
Okay.
But also, I just to this point, because I wanted to mention it, especially, you know, like on this Bainbridge facade, where this last section sticks out, I felt like the brick should have turned the corner and met the step back of the volume. So that you feel, so that you're actually continuing the rhythm effectively. I just forgot to mention it. Thank you for bringing it up.
Okay, Commissioner Jefferson.
Yes. In terms of the demolition of the existing building, fine. I think this particular building uses a lot of really good urban design ideas. And the way it's composed is quite brilliant, I think. I mean, you have a linear building and the way it sets back and the proportions sticking out. I wrote here last night, use of urban design types to create a rhythm was brilliant, articulates the linear composition. And then you had the corner volume, dominant, comes down to the ground, anchors the corner. And then the four infill volumes kind of carries the rhythm across. And then there's a final one that pushes back. And that all works very well. I think the corner building with this big corner window works well. The where it falls down, in my estimation, is the facade grid. It's a repetition, it's repetition of a grid, right? All the volumes have the same repetition, the same color, the same everything. And I think that's what makes it, with all these ideas, it looks standard. It looks like a regular building. And why? And then I thought, maybe if we work with the grid, changes the grid on each of these little pieces and plays with it, plays with the material, changes the patterns, maybe that would add richness to the composition, even within the rigid composition that he set up. And those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Holford Smith.
Yeah, I agree with most of the comments that have already been said, but I think I agree with Eduardo in that just little variation in the windows, the grid of the facade would definitely go a long way to make it look less like a cookie cutter kind of development. But I think overall it's the well thought out. I think that the demolition is fine. I think the massing is fine. I agree with the warmer color palette would be much more appropriate. One thing that no one else has commented on is the metal color. I think the color of the metal is the dark gray is way too dark. And so if it could, that could be looked at as in relationship to potentially a warmer brick. And I think that I kind of like the balconies, but maybe they project too far. Maybe that's the problem. I think making them flush would make them mean, but maybe just a slight projection. And I think if the metal was not so dark, it might not look so like fire escapes.
Thank you, Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, I also agree with most of the comments. You know, one, it's okay to demolish the existing buildings. Two, the volume and massing is acceptable. Three, the setback helps to give space to the smaller neighbor. I think that's great. I think that I agree about the color, and I think also it's interesting to suggest that maybe the metal portion should also be a lighter color. But I like the idea of having a somewhat warmer color. It doesn't have to necessarily match something, but you know, just to move in that direction. I think that my original question also relates back to what people have been talking about, particularly with the corner building, that detailing, richness, variation, and all of which there's a lot of reference for, I think, in the neighborhood that they could pick up from. I would help it to be a little less generic. I think it's a nice, proposal. It's in general, but I think it could benefit from some more referential detail. And I agree about not having, actually, I agree that the balconies should not project. I think the balconies are fine. I think the recesses are also fine. Michael raised the issue about the paired windows. I mean, that it is maybe not particularly traditional and rather generic relatively, or more commercial looking. But then you've got the issue of it's a really big design change. So I'm going to just leave that. I think the corner bay works nicely, and I think it might be. Well, I think the street level is okay. That the idea that referencing some storefront details might be useful for the future in case they do want to have some commercial, and particularly on that corner building. So that's I thought that was an interesting suggestion that perhaps the architects could look at. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you all for your thoughtful comments. So I think we won't take an action today, but I think what we've heard around the table is a lot of support for this approach and at this corner, and for the height and the volume and the general massing. But I think that we will ask you to think about the comments and make some refinements to the fenestration pattern, the colors and detailing of the materials, finding the right balance on those balconies, and thinking about the treatment at the ground floor of the corner building. So there's been lots of suggestions around the table. We'll ask you to go back, think about it, and we'll have you back as soon as you're ready. Okay. So commissioners, we are a little behind schedule. We're going to break for lunch now and come back at 2:30. And we have still a full agenda this afternoon. So I am going to ask everyone to try to be back prompt in returning. I know it's not a lot of time to break. And so all members of the public to voluntarily exit the meeting at this time, so that if you want to return, you don't have technical difficulties.